It is the year 0079 of the Universal Century. A half-century has passed since the Earth began moving its burgeoning population into gigantic orbiting space colonies. Above the planet float hundreds of enormous cylinders with artificial living environments, new homes for mankind, where people are born and raised and die. The cluster of colonies furthest from the Earth, Side 3, proclaimed itself the Principality of Zeon and launched a war for independence against the Earth Federation. Initial fighting lasted over 1 month and saw both sides lose half their respective populations. People were horrified by the indescribable atrocities that had been committed in the name of independence. 6 months have passed since the rebellion began. The Zeon invasion of Earth has slowed down to a crawl due to the limited resources at their disposal and difficulty resupplying the expanding battlefront. Our story follows a team whose experimental purpose is to hopefully rectify these shortcomings in the name of Zeon. But is that their real purpose? Or is there some other plot destined to this young team of misfits? And will they survive the challenges laid before them? Hello everybody, welcome in for Saturday. We finally are here, and we are finally starting the first episode of 0079 Bronze Enigma, a Gundam 5e tabletop campaign that we are playing through Roll20. And I, of course, am your host, Brandon, here at Worst Heroes, and we have some lovely players with us today. Let's go ahead and introduce each other, shall we? Go ahead, Bio.
I am Biohazard. I am a streamer and a good friend of Brandon. That's how I ended up being on this campaign. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know what else you want me to say.
Who's your character? What's your mobile suit?
My character is Second Lieutenant Gerard Moncois, and he will be piloting the prototype Guff.
Ooh.
The blue mobile suit that you see when we start doing combat.
All right, next up.
Hello, I'm Habuza, and I mod for heroes on his channel.
And who are you playing?
Vicente Alex.
And your mobile suit?
The best one, the EMS-10 Zuda.
The Zuda. For those who don't know, that's where the usual meme that he likes to spam me with comes from right here. And finally, last but not least, Jordan.
Hi, I'm Jordan. I'm a member of this community and a friend, and I'm playing Zach Murston, piloting the MS-05B Zaku 1.
That's right, the basic stud Zaku 1. And we have
basic bitch.
And we have another party member who is not here right now. We'll have to introduce them when they're actually here. So, for now, we are going to be starting with this group here as we begin this campaign off. So I'm going to change us on over to the game now. There we go. All right. Hello, X. Hello, Butterscotch. How are you two? My phone is not on silent. I am a professional. Totally a professional. Nobody question it. Anyway, hello everybody. Who else is here? Hello, Pro Cake. Also, hi, Habuza and Jordan in chat. Even though you're in my ear at the same time. Anyway, I hope you're all... And hello, System. I hope you're all having a good weekend so far as you enjoy the... Who am I kidding? This is going to probably derail as quickly as possible. And hi, Deus. We miss you. Everyone, Deus is in chat. When are you coming back to us?
Hi, Deus. Please come back.
Hey,
Please come back.
we miss you.
He beats us while you're gone.
I thought we weren't allowed to talk about. Yeah, right. Joking, of course.
It's funny because it's not true.
Of course,
right?
It's not.
Unless it is true.
It's not true. Nope. Definitely
Jordan,
not.
it's not true, right?
Sure, why not? You know what? Let's go with it.
Also, Jordan and Hibusa, don't forget that in Roll20 you can swap who you're as, so you can actually show your pilot icons above your name at the bottom. Anyway, how are you all doing? You miss your bestest friend? He is sick and has to work. Ah, boo. I'm sick, but I'm okay. Are you at least feeling better, Sarah? We miss you.
I hope you get well soon, Sarah.
For those of you who don't know, over on Butterscotch Gaming, Biohazard and I just finished up with Sarah DMing the Curse of Strahd campaign. That was fun. And we'll have at some point soon, well, soon, TM, probably in a bit, Sarah's taking a bit of a hiatus for it so that, you know, they can get shit done. We're going to be doing Waterdeep, so that ought to be fun. Baby, come back! Not true at all. In the meantime, you get Soy as your infiltrator. They shall save you. Yeah, Soy's not here right now. Please leave a message after the beep.
Beep.
I feel a bit better, but today I felt worse, but I think the meds are kicking in. That's good, that's good. Hi, I'm Cake, a rubber duck collection, and I'm going to kill you all, then kill myself. That doesn't sound like fun, Cake. That doesn't sound like fun. Let's not do that.
Wow.
I mean, if the rubber ducks are the ones that are probably going to do it, I'd understand that. You can't trust rubber ducks. Not saving us yet. So maybe Soy is that sneaky today. If Soy was that sneaky, that would make my day better. Anyway, let us begin, shall we? So anyway, welcome everyone. You are all currently inside your mobile suits. All three of you. You haven't even had a chance to see what each other's faces look like outside of your comms systems inside your cockpits there. You're sitting inside of a internal test facility inside of Space Fortress Solomon, an asteroid kind of halfway between Side 3, your homeland, and Earth. Above you is a sort of glassed, enclosed observation room so that it can, like, view the whole battlefield from above. The three of you basically just arrived on Solomon and were just sort of rushed with your mobile suits over to this test facility, basically just told to, you better put on a damn good performance because the zombies are watching. Let's go ahead and drag you all over to the test site over here and adjust your screens as you see fit. So it is just the three of you, and you can position yourselves in this corner however you would like. But it is Montcroix in his Goof prototype. More Zaku than Goof at this point, but it's still a Goof prototype. Alex with his Zuda, somehow brought from the brink of obscurity at this point in the war. And finally, Marston in his Surefire Zaku 1. It's reliable. It's a classic. Don't argue otherwise. Everything will be fine. Yes, I said cockpit. Go ahead, everyone giggle. I said cockpit. It's a sci-fi setting. I'm going to be saying cockpit. Let's get it out of our systems. Go ahead, giggle. It's fine. Get it out of your systems. Because I'm going to continue to say cockpit, because that's what you guys are in. You're in cockpits.
Oh, damn.
Sorry, I'm trying to help get it out.
Get out your cockpit? What? Excuse me?
Bio,
I thought this was a kid's show.
Since when?
I don't know.
I have
Probably
never
should've-
once pretended that I'm child safe.
One second,
Or
let me take
friendly.
the family friendly tag off my stream real quick.
You put family friendly? You're a
Oh, God,
goddamn
no.
fool.
No, God, no, I didn't. You know how ironic would be have family friendly and then have the mature audiences warning pop up?
I thought this said family friendly. Anyway. As I said, we were going to derail pretty much immediately. Drop my cockpit on the floor, okay? Wow, you should probably get that looked at. Maybe get a mechanic to work on that for you. Oh, Mr. Mechanic, something's wrong. Sorry.
Oh, God.
I had to. Ah. Anyway. Family friendly. Good thing orphans don't have families. Shh! Spoilers!
Wow.
Wow, dude.
Jordan, I'm so sorry.
Calling me out. I see how it is.
Anyway. All of you, your, why? Okay, I have cleared this chat log like 17 times. It doesn't like to stay cleared. I don't care. Anyway, all of you have your, sort of in the top right of your cockpit, you have a small display for, like, the, main communications with, you know, Overwatch or whoever is currently giving you, like, orders and whatnot. And it's a camera inside the observation room where you can see in front of the camera, aside from like General Faceless Mook, who's sitting at the controls in front of it, looking rather nervous. Looking rather nervous. Don't worry, I'm good at
You sold me on
words.
the nervous. You sold me on the nervous.
Okay. Well, I said nervous at first, and I don't know what that word was.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah.
he's so nervous, he screwed up the narrator.
I know, right?
Perfect.
Fuck. Anyway, you see on the screen there a rather uncomfortable military major who just sort of keeps like angrily messing with his collar. I don't think he's used to having his collar actually up in proper attire. You see a fleet captain. Both of them, and he's sort of like nudging at the major and like making little comments at him, but you can't hear him because he's not loud enough for the microphone. And then you see Dozel Zabi, Cecilia Zabi, and Giran Zabi all standing in the room as well. And they look to be having, and it looks like Cecilia and Giran are having a little bit of a conversation. And finally, Giran just sort of, loudly enough for you to hear, just says, "This is a waste of my damn time. I have too many important things to do to waste it on one of your precious little games." And he starts to storm out of the room. At which point you hear Cecilia sort of shout back at him, "You're a damned fool. This initiative could show that Xeon's own forces are not only cunning, but able to reduce the impact on our own nation's resources so that we can continue this war and maybe break your damn stalemate." Turns back over, looking rather pissed off. At which point, Dozel, who's just been watching them, just goes, "Whatever, sister, this is a fun game you're playing," and smacks the major on his shoulder. "Come on now, I'm sure your boys can do something good here. All right, the three of you, here's what's the deal. We want to see if you can actually be effective on your own. So this is a little bit of a mock battle that we're going to run you through here. We want to just make sure before we waste our time dropping you onto the planet that it is a worthwhile effort. So I hope you're all ready for some fun out there in our little test facility here on my Solomon. Oh, Major, I guess you can actually command your troops." And he steps back. And stepping forward is the major, looking rather uncomfortable. "Hello to the three of you. I know we haven't had a chance to actually sit and talk. We'll get a chance soon, don't worry. Right now, the only thing that's important is your mission objective and who's in command of this little excursion. Right now, and he pulls out a little thing of files and says, Second Lieutenant Montcroy."
It's Montclair.
Montclair, sorry. You're going to be in charge of the mobile suit teams, being the ranking officer right now.
Naturally.
Your mission is to move through this ruined city, set to simulate battles you may see on Earth. Expect what you may have seen during some of your test battles during training, but also expect that things could change at a whim. Just be ready, pay attention to your radar, and communicate with each other. Your objective is to not only take out the enemy's command vehicle, but survive. I don't want any of you going down. Because our mission, if you go down, it's going to be very hard to get you out of there. Is that understood?
Crystal clear, Commander.
Fantastic. You have your orders. And he steps back. Dozel smacks him on the shoulder once again. Come now, Major, don't be so serious. It's just for fun. But if you screw up, you're not deploying. I'm sorry, are you nervous? I'm just having fun with you boys. Come on! Get the sweat out of there. Now let's move on. Begin your mission. And he sort of sits back in his chair. So, coming down to you three. Here in this little sort of simulated mock city. Like I said, you guys can place yourself however you want down here in this bottom corner. Do that there. Actually, I need to leave myself here. So if you're good with the way that you're positioned, the three of you can start divvying up plans and figure out what you want to do. Check your radars and so on.
All right, I want to make this very clear. If you fuck up and make me look bad, you won't hear the end of it. Understood? I said understood.
I mean, I never hear the end of most things anyway, so I'll see what I can do.
Sure, whatever.
Oh, this is going to be fantastic then.
I'm already so thrilled. All right. On your radars, your first blips on the screen. You got 3 targets ahead of you. They appear to be... There it is. They appear to be 3 enemy helicopters. Currently patrolling towards your location. You know that your main objective should be somewhere to the west. I will go ahead and let you 3 take 1 movement action before we roll initiative. Sound good?
Okay.
Get yourselves into whatever position you want.
Just a heads up, the turn order is not clear.
I see that it's not clear. It is now clear.
Thank you.
I just pulled it up so I could see, so...
It's been a while since I did this. What's our full movement action?
Speaking of, a full movement action, that would be under your character sheet for your speeds. Remember, each square is 10 dam.
Right.
And before I forget, let's get some battle music playing, shall we?
Nice. All right. So I have 60.
So you can move 6 squares to get yourself into position for this. Hello, Shin. I'm not actually in cosplay. I'm just wearing my Char hoodie. Also, Chad, I apologize if I'm not keeping up with everything that you're saying. A lot of windows getting shuffled around, and I want to try and keep the immersion a bit. He's so bad, he's the worst. Am I bad guy? I am the GM. I am both good guy and bad guy and neutral guy. Okay. So you guys are all happy with your positions?
Yep.
Alright, let's start off rolling initiative. Now, the players will be using Roll20's roll system, and I think we have all of you set up with dice. Like virtual dice on screen. So everyone at home will be able to see your rolls pop up, not only in the chat over there, but also the die actually roll on screen. I will move the turn order once I actually have it set up. Don't you worry. I, however, will be using physical dice. Because I am a firm believer that a good GM is more important to keep track of the story. And if sometimes a roll needs to be changed, it will happen.
Our initiative isn't being recorded. I definitely clicked on my token.
Might have to manually put it in then. That's very weird. Should go in.
Okay, so since this is my first time, I'm probably going to be asking a shit ton of questions.
Not a problem.
That's fine.
Not a problem.
Well, it's so in chat more than anything else. Okay, so I just roll a d20, right?
D20 plus your initiative bonus.
Should I re-roll or?
Which is 2.
No, I can manually put you in, Bio.
Okay.
So you had a 15.
Yep.
Alex had an 11. Or Marston had a 14, and Alex had an 11. And I rolled a 2.
Hell yeah.
And the helicopter has a +3, so that's a 5!
Can I reroll mine? I forgot to put the initiative in.
Oh, what's your initiative bonus? I can just add it to it.
+3.
+3? Alright. Re-roll it. If you tie with Marston again, I'll have you 2 roll off. $12, okay. Alright. Montcroix, you're first.
It's Monclois, you peasant. Alright, I'm going to go ahead. Move up to this corner.
Mm-hmm. I will zoom in a bit here so that it's a little more visible.
Am I in range to shoot?
Oh, I'm fairly certain you're in range to shoot. You're only about 30 damn away from them.
Alright, I'm gonna start pew-pewing on the lead chopper.
Yep, from your angle, this one you wouldn't be able to have visual on anyway. They're not flying above the buildings.
Okay.
So, firing on this one here. Go for it. You cheating? I'm not cheating. Oh, you're new to D&D? So, ProKick, basically, I'm the storyteller. I'll be moving anyone who isn't a player character. So yes, the enemies, the bad guys, those will all be controlled by moi. And I'm assuming, what are you attacking with, your rifle?
Yeah, so I'm just, my brain farted and kind of forgot what I was doing. I got it now.
Oh my okay, that's a natural 20, so... Bio, explain how you just crit this helicopter to start the campaign off. Because it's gonna die.
Well, as I peek around the corner with my Zaku rifle up, I notice that the helicopter is just sort of slowly moving up, and I'm like, I bet I could hit that pilot inside the cockpit. So I just take the shot. Why not? And then the bullet whizzes right through the glass, and it shatters, and the helicopter just starts spinning out of control and crashing into the ground.
So what you're saying is you managed to angle it so you didn't destroy the helicopter, you just destroyed and completely obliterated the pilot.
Yep.
Okay then, you crit, that's what happened. Enjoy.
And that's my turn.
Alright, the helicopter's pilot gets taken out and it loses control and starts to go down. And, why not, let's roll a little D8 action here. Actually, Bio, roll me a D8. A D8, yeah.
Yep. Do I need to do any bonuses or just a flat
No, just
D8?
flat D8. Just flat D8. Okay, with a 7, This bastard flies south and smashes into this building down here, causing it some damage. It has not collapsed, though.
Okay.
Next up... Oh, do you have something else you want to do?
Nope, I'm done.
Okay. Good shot. Next up, Marston.
Okay, so I just move with my lane speed, right?
Yep.
By the way, make sure you guys, if you use ammo, keep track of it. Or
Yes.
does that not matter in this simulation?
No, this is a real simulation.
Okay.
This is not a digital simulation.
Got it.
Can I see the other helicopter that's up top?
Is that the full movement you can do?
That's 5, so...
What's your movement? Is your movement 50?
That's a good question.
Bottom left of your first sheet on your the first page of your character sheet.
Lane speed is 50. So.
Okay. From there, you could peek around and try and get a shot on this guy. Be a little difficult with the corner there, but you might be able to make that shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 60 dam away. That should be within range of your rifle or MG. You're using a rifle, right? Sorry, I forgot what your loadout is. You're using a cannon. That's right, because bitches love cannons. Yeah, that should be well within the range of your cannon. Go for it.
Okay, so I peek out from around that building right there. That's at the corner. And I'm going to take a shot at the top chopper there.
That one right there. Remember, you can hold left click to ping at what you're targeting.
Right.
There you go.
Right there.
Go for it.
Okay, so that's a
Be a D20.
plus...
No, you have to roll the hit
D20.
first, so D20 plus your attack modifier.
Right. And my attack modifier...
Do bear with Jordan, as he said, this is his first time actually playing tabletop.
So it's going to take me a bit.
And it's been a few weeks since our last little test battle.
Yeah. Okay, so... Where's the attack modifier?
Yes, that was from Helsing Abridged. I was quoting Helsing Abridged Pro Kick.
So where's my attack modifier again?
It should be the number in the middle of your weapon. So it goes range, modifier, and damage.
Yeah, it says high bonus, so I'm getting confused. Okay.
Yeah, attack bonus is your modifier.
Right. Got it. Okay. So let's roll that.
14! That hits the helicopter. Roll for damage. I'm pretty sure you're going to obliterate it. Thank you, Burkick.
Oof.
Never mind! So this Zaku 1 charges forward, middle of this road, pulls out with his cannon out, steadies himself and fires. Kind of difficult to try and hit such a small target with his cannon, but he does, but that helicopter manages to evade from taking a full-on hit. So it's a bit wobbly. It's a bit damaged, but it is still in the air.
So we're...
And you guys should not be seeing any of the health bars, correct?
I see nothing
All
other
right.
than...
You should see each
other
other's,
than-
but that's it.
Yep.
Okay. Beautiful.
Okay, so I hit him, but I don't take him down. He's
Nope.
just...
You damaged him. Do you have anything you want to do for your bonus action? I don't know if you have anything you can do for your bonus action, but it is still your bonus action.
bonus action.
So as a reminder, and for anyone in chat who doesn't know D&D, on your turn, at least in the system we're playing in, you have a attack action, a movement action, and a bonus action. Specific things can be done on bonus action. They will typically say bonus action. And I should say not attack action, it's a standard action. You can use it for other things. Most primarily will be attacks.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any attack actions, so I'll.
Well,
just
you
leave it
didn't
there.
attack. This would be a bonus. I don't know if you have anything. I
Bonus
don't
action,
know your
sorry.
character sheet off the top of my head. All right,
Yeah,
then.
I'll just leave it at that for right now.
Sounds good. Mr. Alex. You're
so
up.
just when we go diagonal, we still count that as 10.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm just gonna pull up
Look at
the
that
Zaku
speedy Zuda.
Zaku machine gun and take aim at that helicopter.
Try and finish off the one that's damaged and smoking. Go for it.
Nice.
That is definitely a hit. Roll your damage. I'm fairly certain it's dead. Oh, it's dead. This helicopter goes down. Give me a D8. Flies into this building, causing it some damage, but it does not destroy the building. Alright then. Anything else on your turn, sir?
That'll be all.
Awesome. And everyone, do let me know if anyone's volumes aren't good enough. I can always raise them up if need be. Alright. It is now the enemy's turn. You've killed its friends. Things are looking bad. This helicopter is gonna... Let's find out what this helicopter's gonna do. Is he gonna stick around and try and fight you, or is he gonna be a smart lad? He's gonna be a smart lad, and he's going to fall back behind these buildings. Actually, you know what? On his movement, on his way as he's moving, he's gonna unload a volley on you, Habuza.
Ooh, okay.
Mr. Alex, he's gonna unload a volley on you as he's falling back there.
Okay.
That is a 17 to hit.
Hit.
Alright, I rolled minimum damage. Take 4 damage from its main machine guns as it's falling back through these buildings. Once that happens, I need you all to roll me a perception. We are staying in turn order right now, but I'm taking a break from turn order just for a hot second. So roll me a perception. That is 11 from Gerard. No, sir. That is a 10 from Marston, and that is an 11 from Alex. Alex, can you give me that bonus extra roll, Mr. Strange Feeling in your head? Can we get a name board or something to show who the player are and name of their characters? So one thing that we do have is this lovely command right here that'll actually show you who the cast is with their username and what character they're playing as. I also have their characters' last names right underneath their tokens. Hopefully you can read it. If you can't, let me know. I'll try and make it bigger. As well as their pilot icons right to the right of my camera here. I'll give it to you with that 12. You can sense that there are multiple targets around that corner where that helicopter fell back to. You don't know how many, but you definitely feel like there are multiple targets back there.
I would like to click on my comms and communicate with my commanding officer that we have more targets around the corner, and they will probably be ready for our advance.
Good. I expect to put on a good show.
Over your radio, because the connection to the observation room is still ongoing, they are watching you. You just hear Dozel laugh rather loudly at that comment. That's what I want to hear. Put on a good show. And Cecilia sort of slaps at him and just goes, "This isn't a game. Time is of the essence, Major. Make sure once this battle is done that you and your men actually move to the ship. We need to start moving on this operation as soon as possible." And she leaves the room. Dozel sort of looks over at her as she's walking off in a humph. And it's just... Interesting game you're playing, sis. Interesting game. Slaps the Major on the shoulder once again, who jolts horribly and just goes, "Come on, lighten up! Don't worry about the squabbles of my siblings. Let's have fun! Destroy the enemy, you three!" Moncroy, it's your turn.
With pleasure.
Moncroy. I'm going to screw up your name so much, by the way. And it's not all on purpose.
I know, in character is fine, but I'm like, damn, you're even out of character, you're fucking it up.
I have been calling it Montcroy this whole damn time to myself, so I have to unlearn that, so I say Moncroy. Because in-game, I want to fuck it up just to fuck with you, but... So are you like God? I can see how you... in the head be a god. Ooh, spooky. Sorta. I'm the storyteller. That's the best way I can put it.
I'm moving to this corner, and I'm going to attempt to use my radar to see if I can get a better ping on what's happening.
Give me a roll. I'll let you do it as a bonus action. Because from that spot, you can sort of see this helicopter.
19.
All right. So your radar... You sort of like smack your radar to get it to actually detect properly or something. There's definitely some interference going on in this battlefield. Maybe a bit of Minovsky dispersion. But you finally get your radar to actually pop up correctly to show off that not only are there 3 more helicopters over in that direction, which I'm currently moving, there we go, but you detect 2 other targets behind them.
So
not exactly sure where, though. Yeah,
so not the helicopters, but there's 2 other targets.
Yes, 2 other targets. Right now, you know there are 4 helicopters right around the buildings. Be a little careful on. Like I said, from your position, these 2 on the bottom, you can sort of see. If you want, you can take an attack action on them at disadvantage from where you are. You're right, system. It is a good thing we have LaCroix here. Had to share that for you, Bio.
Yep. Don't worry, I'm getting the sponsorship next week. I'm painting it on my my Gundam shield.
I was drinking some juice, damn it. Yep. I almost just spit the juice out.
Anyway, so over the comms, I'm like, all right, we got 3 more helicopters around that corner and 2 other targets that I cannot identify. Be warned, and don't do anything stupid. And I'm gonna end my turn there.
Cool. Alright then. So no attack, just getting in position.
I mean...
It's entirely up to you. It is entirely up to you.
Try and shoot, but I don't... Have we declared how many magazines we have on our person?
You currently have 1 spare magazine.
Okay. Fuck it, I'll go for a shot.
Something stupid, that's a good cue. Okay, who's going to do something stupid for said system? Any volunteers?
Okay, and I'm rolling with disadvantage, so I gotta roll again.
Correct. Yeah! If that other one was your low roll, you would have hit, but no, sadly. You miss.
If that one was my low roll, we're going for the high roll.
You're at
No,
disadvantage.
right, sorry. All right, that's it.
Okay then, next up, Marston. You have your objectives. By the way, just so you know, Marston, and anyone watching, in this system you can substitute your standard action for other types of actions, one of which being allowing you to, like, sort of dash, which gives you sort of a multiplier of your movement. Or you can do a charge. So if you move your max movement, see a target, and think you can charge at it from melee in a straight-ish line, no zigzagging, you can do that. Just realize that you will be up in melee with whatever you're attacking, and could be in the open. Just giving you a little reminder there, Marston.
Okay, so I will move over here. Can I see any of the targets from right here?
From that position there, I'll say you can see this one here pretty clearly, because remember, these buildings are tall, so the base of this building is actually, like, down here. So
Not
you
seeing
can
your
definitely
pings.
see. You can't
Some
see my
straight-
pings?
No.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either.
Oh, no.
Now I do.
Now I
Okay.
can see it.
So
So, which one can he actually see?
So
'Cause
what I
you
was
said
saying
here
was,
that-
remember that these buildings are at like an angle from this perspective. So the base of the building's actually like down here. So this square and this square are actually open. You can see these targets where you're at, Marston. Well, maybe not this one so easily, but definitely these two.
Okay.
I believe we have a tool for line of sight, don't we? Yeah. So you should see this. So you can see that target. This one would be disadvantaged. You can't see that target. You can see that target. So these two bottom ones would be at standard attack roll from where you're at.
Okay, so I can see all targets, though. Barely.
Yes. You can't.
Okay.
Well, I just said you wouldn't see the one in the back. I gotta change back over to ping. There we go. So pick your target.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna attack that with my cannon again.
With your cannon. Go ahead and roll.
Okay, that was...
Are you telling him to charge? No, I'm reminding him because, fun fact y'all don't know just yet, this boy's armaments is a bitchin' cannon that he's okay with, and dual heat hawks.
Okay, so I roll the d20 first, right?
Correct. Pretty much most of the time you're going to be rolling a d20 plus something to start off anything you do.
Yeah, just double checking that I got that one right. Okay, that's +4.
Also, just so you know, Jordan, there is a history in your roll, the roll thing. You can also re-roll easy without having to finagle typing anything.
Yep, if you're using the advanced die roll you had last time. There you go.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember which one it was.
Okay.
Okay, so let's roll that first.
Oh!
Damn.
Also, terribly sorry, everyone. I keep muting myself so that I can deal with the fact that my allergies are fantastic this morning. Who is the
You might wanna
bard?
Deal with,
Not really a thing.
you might want to deal with this, Brandon.
All right, Marston. So, explain how you just obliterated this helicopter with your crit. God damn, you guys have already gotten 2 crits.
I take aim, and I go straight for the cockpit, but because it's a cannon, it's...
You're just turning it into sand.
Yeah, basically. Just completely obliterate it.
So, the two of you see your boy in the Zaku one, and, you guys have, sort of higher tech stuff than he has, but he's got this nice bitchin' cannon, and he just readies himself and unloads, this time actually hitting his mark, and that helicopter just sort of vaporizes. Yeah, there's not much. I don't even have to ask you to roll a die. There's not enough of it to cause any sort of debris damage or crashing damage. It just sort of crumbles in smoke.
Not a bad shot.
Pretty good to take out a helicopter so cleanly like that with a cannon. So, good shot.
Enjoy the compliment. He doesn't give them often.
I know,
Unless it's
but
about
I'm a
himself.
character.
Let everyone play their character. Role play it, bitch. Anyway, Alex, you're up.
And yeah, I ended there, by the way.
I figured.
And I will take aim at this one.
Okay, you see your Zeta. Zoom on up between the buildings and get into cover once again. And ready his, you've got an MG. Roleplay it, bitch. Alright, go for it. Targeting the lead one. Yeah, you hit. Alright, roll me a d8. As your burst fire on this one takes it out and it starts to go down. And it just sort of flies backwards and crashes into the ground right in the center of the road. And as you're watching that one go down and crash, roll me a perception. As you follow through with your shot, I'm on the wrong layer. There we go. As you follow through with your shot, watching the target go down, just to verify, make sure that it's like donezo. You can see off in the back of this road, there are 2 tanks prepping their cannons. That was the other targets that your radar was struggling to pick up.
I will get on the radio and let my commanding officer and the pilot of the Zaku 1 know that we have artillery aimed down the road at us.
Okay. And for future reference, you can just say, over the radio, and then just speak it in character. As opposed to third person.
Alright. And that'll be all for my turn.
Okay, you too.
Over the radio, I confirm it. Roger that.
Procake, thank you for the follow. And just a reminder, everybody, Bio is also streaming as well, so if you want to be able to give him some love and say hi, or just, you know, if you like his cleaner look better than mine, you can always use this multi-link and watch both perspectives, or just head on over to his channel as well. Just a reminder. Anyway. Sorry, I had to show for you, Bio, real quick. Do you have anything to say after that report? Paging Dr. Montcroix.
Sorry. What did you say, Brandon? No, sorry. Somebody came to me and talked to me about something.
Okay. Well, don't worry. I just shielded your channel, and then I was trying to see if you had any reaction. Alex moved up, took down a helicopter, and noticed there are 2 tanks to the west preparing their cannons, and reported it over the radio.
All right, just 2 more targets to kill.
Fantastic. Next up are the helicopters. Alright, so helicopter number 1. Hold on, I gotta pull up my cheat sheet again. There we go. Helicopter number 1 is going to be floating over to this position to get a better angle on its targets. Let me see here. It was there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can move there. And he's going to attack. Let's see, I've got really just the 1 target in my view. He's going after you, Alex. Going after that weird Zeta. And he's going to whiff it. So he does not hit. This target here is flying up over these buildings to move into a better position. Actually, he's going to sit like right here, right above the buildings. And he has 2 targets he can sort of see here. Odds or evens, whoever speaks first. Montcroix and Marston. Moncroy. No, I said it right that time. Damn it! I said it right, and I still thought I said it wrong. All right, Moncroy and Marston. Whoever chooses odds or even first gets it.
Even.
Okay.
Odds.
It's odd. So, unloads his attack into Marston with a 19 to hit. Does that hit you?
That's evasion, right?
Correct.
Yep.
That hits.
That'll be 6 damage ballistic. Smashing into you from right above the buildings as this helicopter moved over to hit you.
You said 6, right?
Correct.
Okay.
If you kill the boss, will all other die, or are they still there until you kill them too? Typically, yes, but there could be different story type reasons. In this particular one, it's a mock battle. They have a particular objective. If they take care of the objective, then maybe the battle will end. They'll know at that time. Whereas in a normal live battle, you know, the enemy they could try and make an enemy surrender, or the enemy might fight tooth and nail, or they might retreat. It all depends on the situation there. Also, thank you, System, for also answering some questions as well for people asking in chat. Alright, so that's it for the helicopters. Next up are our tank boys, who are basically just going to ready their shots, and they're both going to pop a smoke.
Now is not the time for a cigarette break.
I'll do what I want, you're not my dad!
Alright, whatever.
What are you going to do about it, huh?
I bet I could take a nap here.
I would like to say no smoking around the Zilla. It is highly flammable.
Everyone step back, it's a soda. It could explode for any reason.
Why do you think I'm keeping my distance?
All right.
Where the heck? There was a really lovely... Oh, it's right there. I was
Yeah,
trying to
looks
find
like
the
a
icon
ninja
I was
icon.
using for it. There we go.
Oh, okay.
So they both pop their smokes. And they are just obscured in their little smoky back corner over here. Because they got no one in line of sight at the moment. Next up. Gerard, your turn.
I see the helicopter
Which one?
attacking Marston,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna start shooting at it.
Go for it. And are you using an MG or a rifle? I can't remember.
Zaku rifle.
Okay, you are using a rifle. Got it.
Then
That does not hit. Your shot hits the building right in front of the helicopter. It is kind of almost like hovering on the building, so it is a bit of a hard shot. But you miss. Anything else you'd like to do for your turn?
I'm going to take a step here. Can that helicopter see me from there?
This one, yes.
Shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a better cover?
The way the helicopter's positioned was to make it so that there was basically no real good way for you to make it so that one of them can't see you. But you might be able to find a spot. Hello, Kingles. Kingless, how are you doing?
I think I'll just stay where I am.
Okay. Mr. Marston, helicopter just shot you. You gonna let him get away with that? It's almost like he made fun of your mother. If you had one.
God damn.
So brutal.
I know, right?
That's very rude.
Don't worry, everyone. You'll be able to get some information on what these characters' backstories are soon.
Okay. I'm actually gonna take aim with my cannon again. And try to hit this bastard.
How dare you? Go for it.
Yeah. Oh. Oops. There we go.
Ooh, look at this boy! Roll damage! Look at this damn boy!
So I'm rolling damage, you said?
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, you
Okay,
hit it.
so-
It's 23. I'm not even going to try and pretend that could miss.
Okay, so...
Solid roll. That's actually max damage. Nice work, dude.
Please describe to us how you obliterate this one.
Taking my cannon, I'm pretty pissed off at that thing for damaging me. And I just fucking shoot it with the cannon and just, again, obliterate the target.
Fantastic. So another helicopter gets expertly destroyed. And this time, Montcroix, you can see, because you're still aiming down sight at this dude, you miss, and as it's like dodging your shot, just a cannon shell out of nowhere just smacks into it and obliterates it while it's dodging your shot.
Nice prediction.
And every time that he takes a shot right now, like this is the second time now, you just hear Dozel over the radio just laugh. Fantastic shot, boy. Fantastic. Are you moving?
Yes. And I shall move over here.
Okay. You are in complete cover
have
right
some
now.
Cover.
Yep.
And now in my turn there.
All right, Vikenti, your turn.
So I have one quick question about the map. Does this right here count as a corner cover, since it's kind of a L-shaped building, or no?
Sorry, ping again. This right here. Ooh, you're right. That is a L-shaped building. Let me see here. Looking at the size of it, I'm gonna say if they were to your immediate, like this row, if they were in that row while you stood here, yes, it would give you cover and it would be disadvantaged to hit you because only a portion of your mobile suit would be sticking out.
Alright, I'm gonna move my Zuda up into position.
Fantastic.
And then I'm going to take aim with my Zaku machine gun at the helicopter.
Last boy, go for it. I also want to point out, we have done some mock battles over Discord, try and get ourselves situated into the system, and we did count them as canon. So these boys would recognize, well, let's see, based on the previous battles, the Montcroix would recognize the Zuda, and the Zuda and the Zaku one would recognize each other as well. And I will say that you are all noticing this battle's going much smoother than any of your digital mock battles you did during training. And that is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. 4. This is not taking it out, but it is badly damaged right now. In fact, it's pretty damn badly damaged. Let me see here. Roll me a d8. It takes a moment for it to regain its stability, but I want to see if it might hit anything. Fantastic. Okay. Your hit doesn't destroy it, but it does weaken it enough, and as it's wobbling around and everything, because basically you need to roll a 1, 2, or 4. That's how I've been doing it. Basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 for like what direction the helicopter swings in. So your little lucky roll there made it so it's going to swing into the building, and I rolled to see if it destroyed itself, and it totally does. Taking this building down with it, maybe? Let's find out. Habuza, do me a favor. Roll me a luck roll. So one of the house rules that I introduced is a luck roll, where it's just a flat D20. Or D10? D10. Flat D10. If they roll 8, 9, or 10, they get the luck. And that's an 8. This building's going down, Habuza, providing you with some added cover. So we're going to say this building falls inward. And this zone here is not that extra little thingy. Ignore that little thingy. That little thingy doesn't exist. Anyway, this zone here is now obscured smoke.
I assume I hear the building crashing, right?
Oh, you of course do. And
All
you
right,
both see the debris and smoke spew from it.
All right, over comms, I'm like, Zoda pilot, are you all right?
Yeah, it helicopter took a shot, hit it, didn't take it out, but then it swiped into the building and took it down with it.
Impressive.
And over the comms, I say, at least now we have some smoke cover to take out those tanks, hopefully.
That is fan-freaking-tastic, everyone. Fan-freaking-tastic. All right, end of another round. Go ahead and roll me perception, all of you, to see if your radars are able to pick up anything through the Minovsky dispersion. Montclair definitely does. That's okay, you guys don't have to roll. As long as one of you do it, you can report to each other. You don't, though, Marsden. Well, I don't know what your perception bonus is.
Are you rolling your bonuses on that?
I don't have a bonus.
Oh, you have
I
a plus 0 for it? Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, your radar is able to pick up that there are 4 more targets down behind these tanks around the corner.
So total of 6 now?
Yep, 6 total targets. From what you can tell, it's kind of staticky, hard to tell. One of them seems larger. One of them seems to be letting out some extra radio frequencies. And they all seem to be definitely on ground.
Alright.
Shoom.
Alright, over the radio, I'm like, seems we have 4 additional ground targets. One is much larger than the others.
Over the radio, Roger, and would also like to ask him at the next moment, does he want me to overlap up above the buildings and come up from the top row looking southward towards the tanks?
Yes, a flanking maneuver would do nicely.
Roger that.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And over comms, I say, understood. Should I go towards the bottom then?
It's hard to tell. I don't really have a really good layout of the streets. Hopefully you can squeeze through, perhaps.
So you would be able to tell on your radars where the structures are. There's no way in this big chunk here for him to be able to squeeze through. He would have to get all the way.
Diagonal.
Yeah, he would have to get over to one of these 2 diagonal points to be able to move back in.
Yeah, and that's what I was going for.
I just wanted to make sure that I made that clear for you.
Yeah, got it. All right, I'll take the bottom path. Try to get behind him if I can.
And I suppose I'll take the middle and be the star of the show.
Okay. So, Montclair, it is your turn.
Alright, let's see.
By the way, the tanks redo their smoke screens.
Alright, I'm going to move right here. And that was my turn because that's a full move action.
From here, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You could move 1 more square. And what is the range on your rifle?
80. 8240.
8240. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 would be here. You already have disadvantage. Yeah. I'd say you wouldn't be able to make that shot at that range. Because that would be double disadvantage, if you will. And I don't know how we would calculate that.
I'd say it's not worth it with the ammo.
Exactly. Alright, that's the end of your turn. Now, if you want, you could use your standard action to move again.
I think I'll move here.
Okay. Because one thing that you can remember from your training and mock battles is these tanks, the smoke cover is definitely helpful for you. The range, these tanks can definitely outrange you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So at least with you in that position, that'll put you within 8. So you'll be in range for you. Okay. Next up, Marston. So if you wanted, you could use your standard action to add double movement. Do a dash.
Okay, so...
Dash is double movement, right? Let me double check just for you.
Yeah, before I do anything.
Because I want to say 5th edition sort of changed dash action. So let's see. No, it's just essentially double movement. Alright. So yeah, you could dash for double movement.
Okay, so... Let's see. I'm gonna do a dash as well as a move, so... And I'll end it there, since I can't really do anything else.
Sorry to hear that you didn't get much sleep there, Kingless. Just sit back and relax and enjoy. Alright, so that's how far you can move. Let me just double check.
Yeah,
dash action takes up your standard action. Can you still move with a dash, or is it just adds extra movement? Dash and move.
Well, yeah, because that was a double movement, so I don't know if I can do anything else.
Yeah, I just want to double check.
Yeah.
Equals your speed. Okay. So yeah, it's just double your movement. Dash is just an extra move action. Alright, I thought dash maybe added extra. But new. Okay. So that's where you are right now.
I'll send it there then.
Mr. Alex. It's you.
Well, there's my movement, so I will end my turn.
Don't want to dash? I mean, you don't really have to.
No, I'm good.
Okay. It is the tank's turns. They are going to stay in position, and they're going to try and take fire where their radar is predicting a target. The top tank is going to fire on your position, and horribly, horribly miss. I'm not even going to roll disadvantage. That was a 2 on the die. Oh, I guess I could roll to see if he gets a nat 1. Which you didn't. The second one... That's a bummer. I finally roll a crit, but it's on disadvantage. The second one gets 11 plus their hit. That's a 15. Does that hit you?
No.
Okay. You see these the 2 cannon volleys fly basically around you and not get anywhere close. Tanks. Yes, tanks. Did I not say tanks? Thought I said tanks. But anyway, they both miss. I gotta roll to see if they've recharged their smoke. Top one does not. Bottom one does. And he will deploy it once again. But this one no longer has smoke cover. He's in the open. Alright. Montqua, it is your turn once again.
All right. So from the gunner's perspective of the tank, it's like, I think I got him.
Yeah.
And then out of the smoke, the head of my goof appears out into the smoke with a gun barrel also coming out of the smoke, and I shoot right at this guy.
Just peer out a little bit to shoot at him.
Yep.
Beautiful. That nice mono eye blazing as he does it. Go for the shot. Standard attack. You hit. Roll for damage.
Sorry, my history wiped it. Okay.
For those wondering on my perspective, the green bars you're seeing are their health. The blue bars is essentially their evasion rating, what they have to roll to hit these targets. So if you're wondering why on certain ones I'm not lowering their health, is because literally these guys are killing the helicopters in one shot in most cases. But the tanks, as you can see, are not the same case. That's still a solid hit, though! You smash into this tank with your shot. You definitely hit something that vital. This tank is immobilized, but still able to fight.
And then I just slowly lean back into the smoke.
You definitely see some smoke coming off of it. Brr, they miss. Alright, good
That's my
shot.
turn.
Good shot, good shot. Mr. Marston. If you
Like, I
move
used the
your
dash
movement to
first.
here, if you use your dash, you will only have a move action left.
Yeah, but then I can't attack, right?
Correct. The dash takes the place of your standard action. But if you move
Just
your
make sure.
speed 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5's your movement. You can get here. You will be able to see this target from that position. So your movement does get you to here, like one of these squares if you wanted.
Okay, I'll get to here, stay in cover.
Roll me
And-
perception.
What?
Roll me perception.
Christ.
Never mind, you're fine. Okay, so you see this you see this tank up here smoking. Go ahead. Or if you want, you can
Okay.
charge in.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would get you to the tank you can see. But I would probably say that your charge would force you to stop right here and attack this tank, which you can see on your radar. That would be the straightest line you could do if you want to charge the tank. And hit him with your
Okay.
axe.
I'll go for the bottom one since they've been taking the top one. So I charge in so I can get to the right here, right?
You would get right here, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I charge right in there. Then
Go ahead and roll to hit. And I will say, because of your charge being up this close, specifically doing that charge action, you will not have disadvantage because of the smoke cloud this turn.
and that's a D20 plus
Plus your hit modifier.
right.
Wow.
Damn.
Please
that guy.
explain what the hell just happened. As my
Need to roll
claw
for
just did some damage. And what is the damage of your Heat Hawk?
Okay, that is
Oh, that's right. 5th edition crit is double your die, same bonus. So I will need you to roll damage to see if you do kill this dude. So roll your hit die twice, your bonus modifier to damage once. Does that make sense? What is your damage with the axe?
it's D20 plus D6 plus 4.
D6 plus 4 is your standard damage with your axe. So you would roll 2d6 plus 4.
Yep.
Okay. So that's 10.
Okay, you don't kill it, but you do badly damage it.
Okay, so I just slam my axe into it. I don't quite get it, but it's
Just
damage, for sure.
describe how this happens. Make it cool.
I take out both heat hawks. I just hack at it with one of them, and then do a sideways swipe with the other to see if I can damage this treads at all.
All right, bonus action. You have to roll for your offhand axe. So another attack roll there, buddy. See if you can finish it off.
Okay, and then it's just one roll, right?
It's it's your attack roll. D20 plus your attack bonus on the heat hawk you get.
D20.
Yeah, roll to hit with your offhand. That's a bonus action to use your offhand attack.
Okay, so and then it's plus whatever my bonus is.
Yep. You're rolling to hit.
Okay.
You crit with the main axe. You have to roll for the other one. Your offhand
Yeah.
does not hit.
Okay.
But you did crit with the main one.
So I try to swipe it with the treads, but for some reason I seem to miss it, probably because of the smoke.
Yeah.
So I just hit the ground. I pretty much just hit the ground next to it.
Your first
That
hit
actually
shoots some
damaged-
smoke up right at you, and you miss with the second one.
Yeah, basically.
Good hit, though. Good hit.
Okay.
That is the end of your turn. Alex.
I'm just gonna take a zip down through the buildings
Rust on over with that nice Saturn engine.
and take aim at that one.
Go for it.
Holy
Please
mackerel.
describe how this thing dies.
fuck.
What's your minimum damage? I'm fairly certain your minimum damage is higher than 4.
D6 plus 3.
Yeah, so that would be minimum 5 for your crit damage. So that would be if you rolled 2 ones. So please describe how you destroy this tank.
Well, I see the one tread on the left side of the tank is sparking,
Why is everyone critting? Continue.
so I fire a shot into it. And as it's going in, just nicks a little part of the tread and just spirals straight left through the middle of the tank.
Damn. You're gonna hit something juicy and cook it off, and that's done. Good shot. Anything else for your turn?
I'm gonna move back 1. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Oh, and just a reminder for everyone here and everyone watching, we are using a sort of inspiration system like in 5th edition, but we are calling it the Protag Point, because why not? It's anime. And I did put as one of our rulings that every session the group starts with 1 Protag Point. So they can use that at any time to give themselves like a re-roll. And they can always get more if they do something cool. But you can only have 1 Protag Point at a time, so you don't have to hold on to it. Anyway, that is the end of your turn, I assume?
Correct.
This tank here, not doing good. And does not recharge its smoke. So he's just going to turn and try and fire point blank. Oof. Blueberry Dogs, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Procake. Okay. That is a 16 on the die. That is a unnatural 20 to shoot you in the chest. There, Mr. Marston.
Yeah.
I assume I hit.
Yeah.
Take 7 points of damage as this cannon fires directly at your cockpit. And you're rattled.
So that is 7. So that's 7.
Yep.
Math is hard. What can I say?
And when you get hit with that shot... Hold on. Alright, and when you get hit with that shot, you start to have a little bit of a spark in there problem. As you are badly, badly damaged there, sir. Badly damaged.
I muttered to myself, son of a bitch.
You could say something over comms. You do remember that the Zuda in your test battle did seem to have some way to be able to help you out.
Overcoms is a Zuda pilot. Can you, I need an assist. If you can, pull it off.
And the two of you can see that he's sparking a bit. That was a bad hit.
Over the comms. As soon as I get the chance, I'll be right over.
I would appreciate it over the comms.
And that is the end of his turn. Of that turn. All of you, end of another round. Give me perception. See what your radars pick up from through the Minovsky dispersion. And those who don't know what I'm talking about and don't know Gundam, there is a particle called the Minovsky particle. It causes many different effects. In fact, many suits are actually powered by Minovsky particles as their engine. But Minovsky dispersions and whatnot basically cause a sort of static over radios, radars, different things like that. And there is a bit of dispersion here in this current battlefield, so they're not able to accurately pick everything up. However, Mr. Marston, given your position, you are able to tell that there are definitely 4 targets to your west, and you can actually point them out to your team.
The comms. My radar's picking up 4. You said 4 targets, right?
There we go. 4 targets.
Yeah. 4 targets to the west.
2 more tanks, a hover truck, which may be that lead vessel that is your main objective, and it looks like a stolen Zaku 1.
Can I tell what they are, or just that they're enemies?
I just gave you that info.
Okay. No, I just didn't know.
Yes,
Okay,
if I'm giving you that
over the
info,
com.
you have that info.
Okay, just making sure. Over the comms, there's 2 tanks,
A hover truck.
enemy mobile suit, and a hover truck.
Yep.
So be aware of that.
That was only 3 targets. What's the 4th?
No, I said the 4th.
He said 2 tanks, a mobile suit, and
2
a hover
tanks,
truck.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the mobile suit part.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, they have a mobile suit?
The peasants probably don't even know how to drive it.
Over the radio, you, because again, the link to the observation deck is still on. You hear Dolzel laughing once again, and the Major going, "We did say this could represent what you could run into on the battlefield on Earth. Federation forces have already been commandeering mobile suits from bases that fallen or from pilots who've screwed up. So be ready. You could be fighting our own tech."
Sounds like we need to get back our stuff in the name of Xeon.
That's what part of this mission is.
Just another piece of Zaku scrap to add to the pile.
That's going to be Dozel. You know what? I'm just going to let that laugh be Dozel because I couldn't hold that in.
This coming from a guy in a flying coffin. Anyway.
I just say silent. So
You hear the fleet captain through the radar just laugh and go, "Huh, he's already heard what the name of your squad is." And the Major just goes, "Shut up!" Anyway, that is the end of the enemy's turn. So, Makwa, it is your turn.
I'm going to move down here. I'm going to peek out of the smoke again and shoot this guy.
All right, take a shot.
$15.
That hits. What's your minimum damage? You can roll. I won't stop you from rolling. Enjoy your damage roll.
That's my minimum damage.
Your minimum damage is enough to destroy it, so you let
Alright.
loose and you get lucky and manage to cook off the ammo. It goes up in a bit of a fire. That tank is destroyed. Would you like to use any more movement?
I'm going to move... I mean, how far can I move?
You've moved 1 square?
Yep.
So the rest of your movement.
5 more?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm over the comms. I'm like, I hope any of you have some sort of tech engineering to help fix this Zaku 1. I'd rather not run in there with him badly damaged like this.
Over the comms. I do, and I'll handle that issue as soon as I get up to him.
Perfect. And that's my turn.
Fantastic. Marston, what would you like to do for your turn? Where you're positioned, you could peek around and take a shot, and then get back into cover. And by back into cover, I mean move down 1 square so you're more covered. Or even move yourself around the corner so that if he wants to move down to repair you, he can be in cover too.
Okay, so I will peek around the corner and take a shot at...
This one would be your best shot.
Yeah,
where you
that
are.
one.
Yep.
So let's...
I'm going to move the turn order to the top right, guys. There we go. It's covering
Well,
stuff.
Okay, well, naturally, we have our own... We have to move it on our own, but...
Oh, roll me another d20, buddy.
Slide or the same one?
Just flat.
What was he rolling for? Oh, my God.
Oh.
What did we agree upon for the natural failure rule? I believe it was jamming, right?
What was his action? I missed it. I'm sorry.
He was attacking this tank with his cannon.
Oh, yeah, I believe jamming was if it's a gun, yeah.
Okay, roll me a d4. Your cannon is jammed for 3 turns. Unless you make a skill check, you must tell me how the skill check you're going to use is going to help you to try and unjam your cannon. And that would take up a standard action, so you can't do it this turn. But your weapon is jammed, sir. You can't use it right now.
Over to myself and over the comms, I also say, "Shit, my weapon jammed. Piece of shit." And then I can still move though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I will move to cover and end my turn there.
Okay. Don't forget to use up that ammo. It is technically used.
Yeah.
Because to unjam it, you'd have to get that shell out.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Alex. Things are starting to go from amazingly well to pretty bad for Mr. Marsden.
So I can move along this path, right?
1, 2. Where were you? Were here? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 1, 2, 3. You could technically go 4, 5, and 6. You can get right next to him.
Alright.
Because again, the tops of these buildings are actually ground for you guys. It's just the angle of the map. So you're able to get right up to him.
I kind of forget how to use my quick repair. Because it says engineer level, which would be 1.
Yep.
Times 5, well, times 5 plus engineer modifier. So that would be
6? Right now you can repair for 6?
Yeah, I'll give them all 6. I have a pull of 8. I'll give him 6 of the 8.
Okay.
So that would be 13, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you are
And
back
then-
above your halfway point, so you're not sparking right now.
Here over the comms, I'd say, thanks for the assist to the pilot.
No problem. Anytime. And I'll end my turn there.
Yeah, right now the 3 of you only know that your squad leader's name is Moncroix, second lieutenant, because it was called out on the radio. All right, that is the end of your turn. Next up are these tanks. This one here can definitely see you, Moncroix. This one can as well if he moves up a bit, and he will. And they're both going to fire upon you. First one, the bottom one, Takes a shot. I don't remember all this stuff off the top of my head. That is an 18 to hit.
Hits.
Minimum, take 5 damage. The cannon rocks right into you. And he's going to pop a smoke. This one up top is going to fire as well. Oh, come on. And jams his cannon!
Yay!
For 4 turns.
Serves him right.
And he's going to pop a smoke. The hover truck is going to move himself up to about here. And attempt a shot on you, Monqua. God, you had to pick such a pain in the butt name. That is a 14 to hit.
Nope.
Its Gatling gun unloads, but it does not hit. And then finally, the mobile suit pilot in the back here. He can move 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's moving up towards you. And he is going to take aim with his machine gun. I'm rolling fantastic. I'm assuming a 10 doesn't hit, so that's the end of his turn. It is your turn, Monqua.
Is that Zaku in the smoke?
The smoke that the tanks do, the reason I'm not putting a square around them is because it is a personal smoke cloud. It does not disperse outward.
So the Zaku is in sight.
Correct.
Okay. Alright, I switch to my sword.
Bring me in closer so I can hit him with my sword.
And then I'm like, finally, something I can actually swing at. And I attack with my sword.
Swing.
Oh, there's no way it hits.
Remember, you do have pro tag point.
I'll pro tag point it.
Go for it.
Come on.
You move up and you take 2 swings, and this Zaku definitely dodges it. It's almost like you're getting hit with some sort of PTSD of a Zaku that one-shot you before. In a mock battle.
Protag, you're not.
That still uses up your pro tag point. So that's the end of your turn, I presume.
Yep.
Marston! You could use your standard action to somehow use one of your skills. You'd have to describe how. To try and unjam your gun. Or you can pull out your axes.
Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna move over here. And no wait, I'm sorry, over here. That's 5. Then
There we go.
I'm going to do a short dash.
You were here. 1, 2, 3. You could get here in 4 squares if you wanted to help with the mobile suit.
Oh, well then I'll just do that.
Diagonal
And now-
is still only 1 square movement.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Figure out, and the bases aren't exactly
Exactly. Basically, this is the squares you can't use.
right.
All right.
Okay. And then I take a swing with my axes, so that's roll twice.
Yep. Main hand, then offhand. No, offhand is your bonus action.
Okay, so that was a D6. Oh, that's a D20. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
D20.
D20 to hit.
Yeah, just D20 plus 6.
That hits. Roll for your offhand as well as you want.
Now roll with my offhand.
That is a 12 on the stolen Zaku. Does not hit. You could use a protag point if you want. Not dictating your turn.
I'll save my protect point.
All right, roll your damage for the main hand. You know what? Just to help with my OCD, I'm just gonna bloop. There we go. Flip you to facing the right direction. Minimum damage. So you connect and get that nice hit. Oh, my bad.
What?
Roll another attack roll. You're flanking this Zaku with Manqua. You have advantage.
Oh, okay.
So you did do 5 damage on your main hand. No. Roll an attack roll, not damage, to see if you hit with your offhand.
Oh, okay. Right.
That hits.
That's for the offhand or the main hand?
That's your offhand. Your main hand already hit. We already did the damage for your main hand. So roll damage for your offhand. Alright, so describe your attack there. He's not dead, but he is very badly, and I mean badly damaged.
So, I swing with one axe, slashing it somewhere in the back, and then I take another swipe with my other axe and see if I can go for its legs to damage them as well.
Nice. That's what you see, Manqua. Marston comes around the corner and just sort of like, BAM! Duel hits this boy, and you can see this Zaku is not doing well at all.
And then I'll end my turn there.
Okay. Alex.
I'll just shoot right up the street behind the building and take aim at the Zaku.
Go for it. Okay, describe how you're killing it, because it has 2 hit points left. You can't roll that low.
I just take aim and pop one right through the mono eye.
Damn.
Blows off its head, and that Zaku just crumbles to the ground, falls over.
And then that'll be all.
Well done. So that Zaku is off that list there, but the tanks are still in play. Now, one of them is completely disabled. He's going to see that his Zaku friend got destroyed. This tank here is going to use its bonus action for...
Not seeing the pings again.
Yeah.
I haven't pinged. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, you said this tank, so that doesn't... Okay, thank you.
I was rolling something as I was saying. But anyway, this bottom tank here is going to not recharge his smoke. So he's going to use his bonus action to use his special ability of his tank treads. To disengage as a bonus action so that he can basically flee to the north. In reverse, and he's going to let loose a shot. Odds or evens between the two of you, Montcroy and Marston?
Even.
Okay.
Even.
That is even.
Shit.
Going to fire a cannon at you. 16.
Nope.
Does not hit. Okay. The other tank, seeing that his Zaku buddy just went down, fuck it, is what I say. Yay! He's ramming you. He's ramming you, Marston, and he got a 22 to hit.
22. Fuck. That hits.
Take 5 damage as he rams into your leg.
Jesus, I'm just getting butchered. Son of a bitch.
I'm going to actually put
Wonder
you
myself
in
again.
front so we can see your health bar easily there. And he does not have his smoke. Wait, actually, does he? He does not. So he rammed to your leg, uses his bonus action to disengage. 1 extra square there. So he rams into your leg and then backs up. Hoping that he can get his cannons working. Next up is the hover truck. Odds or evens?
Are you asking?
Actually, there's 3 people he can... Oh, no. Alex is in bit of cover. Wouldn't be worthwhile to shoot at him now, would it? Alright, the two of you, Marston and McQuarrie.
Odds.
Marston called odds.
Evens! 18 to hit.
Hits.
This hover truck unloads its Gatling gun. Right at you, Montcroy. For 6 damage.
Okay.
So the both of you are currently below half. Things are looking bad, but over the radio... actually, you know what? Before I do anything over the radio, and this hover truck is going to move himself over to here. Keep himself between the two allies. But before we go over the radio, give me... We have like a mentality state, right? Skill, right? Or stat. Jesus, I can't speak. Like something for intelligence. What was it called?
Yeah, we have mentality.
Mentality? Alright. Roll me mentality, all of you. So D20 plus your mentality bonus. That would be a mentality check. You have no mentality, Zach? Jordan?
Well, no bonus, at least.
Damn.
I have mentality, just like great,
All right,
apparently.
Alex and Montcroy, you do remember, you don't have to kill all the targets. This is a mock test battle. The only objective is to take out the command vehicle, which in most cases, from your training, you would remember, is the hover truck, because it's the radar and radio vehicle.
Okay.
Right.
Montcroy, it's your turn. If you want to say anything to each other, go for it.
This is looking bad. We need to go for the objective.
Yes, once the hover truck is crushed, we can end this little mock.
All right, I'm gonna move up. We took the long way so that the tank next to the tank here can't attack me. At least not. Well, his gun's jammed, so unless
His
he's got
gun's
something
jammed.
else.
He'd have to get some distance and ram you again.
All right, I'm gonna go into melee with this hover truck.
Go for it. God! Wow!
Damn.
Oh, that sucks. I assume that's the end of your turn?
Yep.
Marson.
Okay. They said all that over the radio. That's the objective, right?
Yeah, that was over the radio.
Okay, just making sure.
You guys talk in character. That's
Yeah.
pretty much how it's talked while you're in your mobile suits.
So. Okay. I'm gonna move up behind the hover truck and attack it with my heat hawks.
Go for it. Give me them rolls. Flanking, you have advantage. I'm going with the 5th edition rule of flanking where it doesn't have to be exact opposite sides, just two friendlies in melee. Yourself and a friendly in melee, at least, is what I mean.
Okay.
That's hit. Roll for your offhand. That is also a hit. Roll your damages. Is this the end of the battle right here? Oof.
5.
Oof!
Oh my
Damn.
god.
He's alive!
But he is damaged.
He is damaged, but he's alive.
I'm actually gonna use a prototype point.
That's only for re-rolling d20s.
Oh, it is? Okay, never mind then.
Not for damage. It's supposed to give you the just advantage, but I don't like people having to use it before they roll. So it's just a re-roll of the d20.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Like I said, first time.
Not a problem.
All right. I'll just end it there then.
Yep, that was movement, action, and bonus. So that does you everything your turn. Alex! That hover truck is smoking.
Zip right to there in my Zuda.
Yep.
And take aim at the hover truck.
Go for it. Fire that burst. That is a hit.
Nice.
Describe how you finish off this fight.
I just take aim, put one right through the middle of the hover truck, right between the two little lookout slats.
Alright, you fire a burst, because remember, you're using an MG, so it's always in a burst. But you fire a burst right between the two little viewports on the hover truck, and it rips through the inside and comes out the rear. And you just see smoke and sparks everywhere, and it just powers down. It's done. Out of the fight. And with that, the battle is over. Perfectly timed with the end of the track.
Yeah, we totally planned it out.
Oh, it's perfect. Good job. Good job. Good work. Good work. That is mission complete. Normally in a real-world battle, you would have to deal with the remaining enemies as to whether they would rout or fight to the last tooth and nail, but for this mock battle, you did the objective. You took out majority of the enemy. One of the enemy is already sort of routing as he was already fleeing from you as he was firing, and the other one was already jammed on his weapon and too close to ram again. So I'm fairly certain at this point they would both surrender. But remember, in a real-life battle, the enemy could surprise you. And you never know what's around the corner. There could be more hiding. So good work, everyone. And Dozazabi slaps your major in the back and just goes, "Come now! That was brilliant! That was so much fun!" Ah, well done, everyone. Go ahead and move your mobile suits. We're going to start loading up the Musai and getting you on your way. I'll see you all down there. And take a moment to actually, if I understand, Cassilia rushed you all in here, and none of you have gotten a chance to really speak to each other. So once you get your mobile suits ready to be loaded up, feel free to relax for a moment and chat, meet with each other. And the major comes back on and goes, "And I'll see you all there shortly so that I can take care of roll call and introduce you to the rest of the crew." At which point the radio cuts out. Mission complete. About time. You guys can say something to each other if you want upon that end of that mission. Or I can sit here in silence.
It's beautiful. I think silence makes it awkward. It's beautiful.
I hate you so much. Alright then, you have nothing to say to each other after that battle, so you move your mobile suits and start loading them up to get ready for your current mission, which you don't really have much details on because when each of you were given your orders for deployment, most of it was basically vague. Cassilia didn't really give you much info other than you were being deployed for a special mission. Beyond that, not a damn clue.
I feel like I wouldn't have gotten much info anyways.
I'm going to move us back over to the splash screen here. Just so that we're not just like staring at nothingness. And let's go ahead and throw some sort of music on. And let's take a quick break right now before we go on to the role-playing portion. Anyone needs to use the restroom, go ahead and do that now. If you need to get any drinks or anything like that, snacks, do that now. And that includes all of you watching as well. We will be back in just a moment. And I'm going to throw... let's throw this track on. I'll be back, all right? Alright, I am back. I don't know about the rest of you.
I'm still here.
Okay. So how do you feel after that first battle?
I actually thought it went well.
Good. I actually...
all things considering.
Yeah.
What?
I actually ended up not nerfing it. So that makes me feel at least a bit confident with not having soy today. Hopefully that will be fixed for next session.
Yeah, hopefully.
That should be fun.
Oh, yeah. So I think right now we're just waiting on bio.
Seems like it.
Chat, how are you all doing today? Are you having fun so far? Abusa and his damn waddles. You are obsessed with that emote. You know that?
It just has very good applications when it comes to you.
I'm having fun. Yes, I know I can talk on voice chat. Thanks, Jordan.
No problem.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Bruiser. I mean, bio. Fuck. I know how to talk. I had my coffee.
We sound the same. It's honestly, I get it.
I don't hear it. I don't hear the similarities. How'd you feel about that battle, Bio?
I mean, out of character, I was fine. In character, Gerard's pissed at himself.
Oh, I get that. My point, my
you-
question was more, how'd you feel about the balance of that fight? Because I didn't nerf it.
Seemed fine. I am concerned though, like if we get into a real combat situation where we need to clean up everything, I'm worried that we'd be too low to deal with it, but I don't know.
Well, we'll see how things go. You may gain a level.
We'll see.
Who knows? All right, I feel like that's a good amount of time, and everyone is back here right now.
Is Abuza back? I haven't heard him at all.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, he
Oh,
is.
okay.
He already spoke.
Yeah.
Abuza just a quiet boy.
Okay.
I mean, so am I. So.
Yeah, me too.
Uh,
I
That's
like
not lighted
I like
up.
never talk.
can't imagine talking.
Weird, I know, right?
Very weird.
All right. So, a couple hours have passed, and you guys are currently sitting on board the Musai as it is deploying from Solomon. Well, getting ready to launch from Solomon. And right now, it's the three of you sort of sitting in the hangar, as like a bunch of other personnel are currently in the middle of prepping everything and moving the mobile suits into their little weird pods that you see are underneath the Musai, like kind of attached to the bottom. They're weird, like, I don't know, eggs or something like that. It's kind of weird to describe. It doesn't look like a normal drop pod. Definitely looks unique, if you will. But that is where they're putting your mobile suits. So it does seem like you guys are destined for Earth. Haven't been talking much because I've been busy helping the fam. Not a problem, Kingless. I'm glad you're enjoying. But you are all in the hangar. There's like a little spot in the corner with some drinks and snacks and whatnot for that. Not like, chips and dip, but like, water bottles and, energy bars and whatnot. The stuff you would normally expect to have during combat situations as a pilot, as something you can quickly stuff inside yourself to keep you going.
I look at the energy bars and I don't look amused or pleased. I just kind of look at it with slight disgust.
That is true, but you do remember from your training that is something you'll have to expect.
Right, but that doesn't mean I have to like it.
Boy.
Anyway, you are now able to see each other. So go ahead, guys. Describe what each other sees. We'll start with Bio, move to Habuza and Jordan to describe what each of you looks like. And go ahead and interact your first actual introduction, seeing each other face to face.
All right, so Gerard is pretty much, honestly, he would say it himself, but a lot of people would probably also agree that he looks fucking gorgeous. It's very clear that he is very well kempt and that beauty is his almost his top priority. He just likes to look pretty and make sure he is respectable because he wants to, when he becomes famous, he wants to make sure he looks good as possible. He has brown hair. It's semi-long. I wouldn't say it's like completely like super long, but I'd say.
Pay no mind to the voices in his head that are speaking in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I already yelled at the voice.
Oh, she gonna kill you.
I don't care. So basically, he looks young. I'd say he's probably 18. He's about 5'11", not like super tall, but not really short either. He seems very like his posture. He's very uptight and not like sluggish or anything. It's very clear that he's been sort of trained to not look like a slob or a slouch. And yeah, that's about it. He has blue eyes. That's really about it, I'd say, in terms of physical features that are noticeable.
All right, Habuza, you're up next.
Alex just kind of spaces and thinks to himself, man, that one guy, you could probably turn him upside down and use him as a mop with his hair like that.
Wait, which guy?
But
He's talking about Montclair.
A very fancy mop. Anyways, go on.
Alex isn't not the definition of tall, but not the definition of short. Probably around 6 foot. Black hair, green eyes. Distinctly has a uniform that does not match normal Xeon standards. Completely different from the Xeon uniform or a pilot suit. Has nice little tail flaps on it, and a Granada emblem on the left part of the chest. Not somewhat well kept, yet somewhat a little bit of rolly hair in the back. Kind of gives off the definition of, I'm here. We'll see what goes on and transpires.
Very nice. And Jordan, go ahead and describe your character.
So my character is basically, he's kind of a quiet one. He looks very unkempt, like he doesn't take care of himself or hasn't had a chance to. His clothing is a uniform, but it's like, it looks like someone like just didn't care about cleaning it at all. It's very rough looking and
Used and faded and
yeah. It's like it basically a hand me down. Just like someone threw it on him and like, here you go, deal with it. And he has this like kind of disinterested look on his face, like he just doesn't really give a shit. And he's looking at the other two, just like, oh great, now I have to deal with these. One guy who looks like he's very full of himself, and another one who I'm not really sure what to think of. And that's about it.
Very nice. All right. So the three of you are there. Montclair. You would recognize the Granada symbol, and you would recognize both of their ranks. They are both private second class.
Not surprising.
So, feel free to talk to each other, introduce whatever you want to do, while you wait for your commanding officer to come and give you something. Like, you still don't even know what your orders are.
Normally, I don't really care for idle chit-chat, but I suppose I should get to know you both. Where are you both from?
I was born on the homeland of Side 3.
I was born on... Wait, which colony was it?
Ooh, that's a good question. I did not double check to see what colony was used.
I think it's Side 4, but I'm not sure.
Let's double check real quick, shall we? It was Side 2, and they did not give a name of the colony, at least not on quick research, but you were from Side 2.
Okay, so I just somewhat quietly, but you both can still hear me say I'm from Side 2. And I just leave it at that. Just don't want to talk about it anymore.
I look to Marston. I notice you're pretty handy with that cannon. Have you actually seen real combat?
I glance up because I'm sort of sitting on like a box or something and kind of like hunched over a bit. They say only combat sims.
Impressive.
Takes,
I look at both
takes
you and
no note of
yourselves.
all of the pinpoint shots that the Zuda did, but that's okay.
I mean, the Zuda didn't crit nearly as much as Marston did.
He has a point.
I mean, he does have a point. He does. I mean, you did get more hits than he did, though.
I think I had a higher kill count too.
Yeah, that too. But don't mind me. I'm just the voice in your head.
It's appropriate.
And then I look to
Still don't know each other's
Alex.
names.
I mean, I know their ranks, so why would I care?
Good point.
Wow.
I mean, my character wouldn't care. You'd address them by their ranks anyway.
Yeah, and so far I've just been calling them by what they pilot. So
So I look to Alex, and I'm like, so what's your deal? Do you have combat experience too?
Not per se. I've seen 2 major operations happen, but I have not been inside of a mobile suit and taken actual lives during those battles.
Interesting. What operations were you in, or observed?
Really didn't want to speak about it, but I was in the bigger operation at the start of the war, right after it kicked off, and I may have been somewhere on the battlefield of Loam.
Interesting.
So he's definitely been in the military longer than both of you.
So, Alex looks over at the well-kept gentleman, kind of gives a little smirk and says, so you're the one they call our squad officer. Monty. I think I'll call you Monty.
Oh.
I'm so glad I'm muted right now.
So the look on Monqua's face, he gets his brows furrow. He's pretty pissed now, and he's like, "I will have you refer me to my rank, Private. I don't need silly ass nicknames."
I retort back to him, as a commanding officer, though, you would want a better feeling with all the members of your little squad. I feel it's just better to have a familiarization. And as you so put it during the battle, would you really want peasants saying your full Montcroix name and dirtying it with our voices?
No, I expect them to say my full name. That means they respect me. Unlike the respect you're not giving me.
Respect is something driven and forged through time and commitment on both ends of the party.
In case you forgot, I am higher rank than you. Therefore, I've already earned my respect.
So, what active combat did you participate in then?
don't have time for this.
At which point, a couple other members of the staff seem to walk over. You see, Mr. Alex recognizes one of them as two women and a man walk on over. One of the women is wearing a very similar uniform to what Vicente Alex is wearing. That same sort of like Granada symbol on the breast. Clean, sort of slimming, simple kind of uniform with the long coattails and whatnot. And you do see that she is wearing the rank of first lieutenant, as well as a man wearing a ground forces uniform, not buttoned up all the way to the neck. His hair's kind of unkempt, and he's a thin man, sort of like faded brown hair, coming up with kind of like a jovial little smirk on his face. And he's also got the rank of first lieutenant. And then you see a woman who's not wearing military uniform at all. She's sort of wearing like, oil-covered, dirty coat, shirt, and has a hat on her head. But she does have military rank showing on her little collar that sort of popped out, showing off Sergeant Major. And they walk on over, and the Sergeant Major just chimes in. Hello, kids. Are y'all having fun over here? I hope y'all are getting along meeting each other for the first time. That was a good show y'all showed over there in that battle.
I look at her for briefly. I sort of have a disappointed look on my face. I say nothing.
The gentleman who walks up is just like, hello, everyone. Well, so you're going to be the pilots on our little excursion they're sending us out on. I assume that you haven't heard word of what Cassilia's plans are yet. Don't worry. The Major will be here shortly to set things straight so we know what's going on. But hi, how are y'all doing? I'm First Lieutenant Rainer Cohen. I am your, I'm essentially second in command on this little operation that we're going to be on. Major and I have seen many battles, and we've been playing along since Battle of Loom. But I'll be taking care of navigation, comms, radar, electronics, that kind of stuff during our missions down there. This here next to me is the ever so charming Sergeant Major Charlotte Hartman. Oh, sweetie, please call me Lottie. It's so much easier. Yes, well, despite her rank, anything that happens in her hangar is entirely under her control. She is still part of the officer's staff, just so you're all aware, and while you are standing here in the hangar, or anything having to do with the mechanics work, you'll hear from the Major as well. She's in charge of that. So if you need stuff done to your mobile suits while we're out, repairs, even modifications, she's the one you want to go to. A little rough around the edges, but I'd trust her work. And she just sort of like pouts at him and goes, come now.
Of course, in my head, I'm like, rough around the edges is an understatement.
And finally he goes, and this beauty over here, I don't really know your name yet. And she just sort of looks at him and is like, hi. I came with my pilot here, Mr. Alex. I am First Lieutenant Carolina Slusser. I am a medical officer from Canada, and I'm here not only to help you all on medical situations, but also to make sure that Alex here is doing good. Let's just say after his time during the Battle of Loom at the start of the war, he's been under my charge, and we're getting him back out into the battlefield and back out into fresh air. And he has shown very much promise in being able to pilot that mobile suit that they've given him. And I was there watching for some of the mock battles he did, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and she looks over at you, Monqua, I believe you were the first that he got to do a mock battle with. Started off a bit rough, but the two of you seemed to do much better as the battle went on. Yeah, that was pretty good.
So as she makes this sort of talking about Alec, I raise my brow, I look at him for a second, and then I immediately take a step further away from Alec. maybe not like super obvious, but subtle. It's very clear that I do not want to be any closer to him at the moment.
I just let out a slight little chuckle and I look towards the doctor and say, not bad, Doc. Could use a little more casual. You don't have to be so uptight and formal right now.
I'm sorry, I'm trying. I mean, you think you've been in Granada long? I've been there for years. I'm not as accustomed to, non-scientists. Let's put it that way. But I believe our major should be filling us in on the details as to what the heck is going on here soon. At which point you hear one of the mechanics and whatnot working on stuff and setting things up in the back just sort of shout out, "Attention!" Everyone stops what they're doing. "Captain on deck!" As both the fleet captain and the major walk into the room. The major is now not in his formal uniform. He's back into ground, a ground officer's coat, which is not at all close to being buttoned up all the way. And you can see that he has a tank top on underneath that is definitely showing. And he's swapped over to standard military pants, nice loose fitting, boots. And he walks in and he just goes, "How do you use that? Oh, well, I guess it's technically still your vessel, isn't it?" And the captain laughs and goes, "Not a problem, friend. Everyone, get back to work. We don't have time. We're going to be launching shortly, and I believe Dozel's going to be either communicating with us or he might swing by. I don't know. He's a busy man. There's the pilots. All right, Major, let's go meet your crew, shall we?" Yes. And they walk on over to you guys. Any of you change posture, attention, anything like that?
Oh, I stand up straight and look right at him. Don't even give a shit about the other pilots.
You also see that Carolina also is standing at attention, and she's sort of nervous sweating and kind of trying to hide behind the other two.
Also in the back of my mind, I'm like, what the hell is this casual squad bullshit? Why is no one in proper uniform?
How about the other two?
I stand up with a slight slouch and I want to best describe it as a half-ass salute.
Ooh, one of you saluted.
I just stand up, but I just don't make any point to be formal military. So I sort of just stare at them and look to the side.
I assume you're still standing in your pilot's jumpsuit instead of swapping over clothes. Or are you actually in your military uniform? Oh, you already said you're in.
Suit.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I assume we're all being in our pilot suits because we're taking off. At least I assume.
You're going to be taking off, but you're not at ready status. It's going to be a few hours before you get into position.
All right.
And it's been a few hours since your battle, so entirely up to you.
If that's in that case, then I'm in my proper officer's uniform.
And Abu's already said that he's in his uniform.
Yeah, and I'm still in my pilot suit, which is still raggedy, and I just didn't bother.
It's comfier than your uniform.
Yeah, I'm more used to the pilot suit, basically.
It breathes a bit better. It's not as tight and misformed for you.
Yeah, basically.
It's like they gave you. It's like they gave you a military uniform meant for someone who's a child or something, because you're not a large man.
Right.
It fits you. It's just not comfy and tight. Anyway, the two of them walk over, and the major just sort of gives a salute, and you notice that Carolina's also saluting. The other two that are there as well are just, the comms. The first lieutenant Cohen is standing there just nodding at him, and Lottie's like waving excitedly. And the captain's laughing the whole way they're walking over, and the major's just like... sort of looks annoyed. They get up to you, and Major goes, "Welcome, everyone. I'm Major Guineas Bauer. I'm going to be your commander for the foreseeable future as we go on this little mission here. And this here, rather... how do we put this? Well-fed gentleman. Hey! Nothing. Am I wrong? This here is the fleet captain for the Musai that's taking us into position. And of course the two of you looking over at Lottie and Cohen. The two of you are well aware of our friend here, as we've been stationed on this Musai the entire war. And then my brain shuts off for a moment to remember what the hell I was saying. Hold on a moment. I'm doing good, guys. I swear. Anyway, but yes, this is Captain Meinrad Burkhardt. And, the Musai you're all standing on, you may have noticed on your way here, it's not a standard green. It is a bronze Musai. It is part of our newly formed 55th. It is the Rosamunde. Now, allow me to give you all a quick rundown of our mission. I guess first I should probably do some sort of roll call so we know everyone's here. He pulls out this little pad that has has like notes on all of you. So first off, we've got Second Lieutenant Gerard Moncois, being the ranking officer of our pilots for this mission. I'm going to be having you in charge of the mobile suit teams, at least for now. One thing I will say in that battle is you did do a good job of planning strategies, communicating with each other. But do try to remember that a squad works as good as much as they trust each other, and having your squad at odds with each other can get in the way during battle. So do try and keep that in mind. According to your record here, you are the son of Alexander Moncois, who is a major financial support of Zionic, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, son?
That is correct, Commander.
Looks here that you've been training as an officer at the Zeon Military Academy in Side 3. Of course, Cassilia decided to pull each of you out before you were done whatever training you were going through. Insta, thank you so much for the resub. Sweet, where are the mobile suits? You just missed the cold open battle that they just did. We're currently at the point where they're finally getting a chance to meet each other and find out what their mission is and stuff. Anyway, welcome in. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. So yeah, you trained at the Zeon Military Academy Officers School, and according to your superiors, you're rated as adequate, showing potential for improvement with further leadership experience. I must say, that's better than I was expecting for Cassilia to give me for this mission. So, glad to have you here. And I know very well the trainers over there can be... what's the word? Stuck in their ways. So I will see how you do for myself as we go forward. Alright?
Sounds good, Commander.
Let's see here. We have Private Second Class Vicenti Alex. Van, thank you for the host. Private Second Class Vicenti Alex, who says here you've been regular military since the beginning of the war. You were deployed during Operation British. And you were held for medical complications during the Battle of Loom. Your ship take a hit or something? The rest of your file is mostly redacted. Very curious. How are you feeling, son?
Pretty alright. The grunt at a medical facility took very good care of me.
Mm-hmm. And I see I was given an extra senior staff that I wasn't aware of. Looking over at First Lieutenant Slusser. Carolina Slusser, First Lieutenant. You're listed here on his file as his medical guardian. Is there something I should be aware of? Or is this something that we should talk about later? It's nothing major, sir. We can discuss it later if you'd like. If it's alright with Alex present, so that we can give you answer any questions that you may have. Isn't that right? And she looks over at you.
That's right, Doc. Get it all out in the open so he knows everything.
Hello, Cardwiz. How's it going? No, there's no Space Scorpion. Stop it. And yes, Nitzer, we are playing as the Xeon side, so they are rocking the mobile suits you see on the screen here. Minus the Zaku Sniper, who is currently away. And don't worry about this purple one. Don't worry about it. In fact, you know what? At this moment, all of you can notice, behind the Major, it looks like they're loading up another mobile suit onto the ship. It's a strange-looking Command Zaku 1 that is mostly purple, with some accents in blue and red. And why not? I'll let all three of you roll, what should we do, history? Yeah, history. So D20 plus your history skill bonus.
I will first.
My phone is messing up. They aren't cooler than Gundams. They are cooler than Gundams. You said that first, Nick, so we're taking that. So, cool. Alright, Moncroy apparently does not recognize anything. Marston definitely doesn't even notice that anything's happening in the background.
That is appropriate.
Alex, you get like a quick tick and flash. You recognize that mobile suit. You can't quite pinpoint it
You
at the
read
moment.
me? Blame this on the misfortune of your birth.
Can't quite pinpoint it at this moment. Sorry, every time an alert sound goes off, I try and stop so that people can hear me. But you swear that you saw it. Maybe during the Battle of Loom. You think that you recognize it, though. But nothing more beyond that. If any of you want to say anything, you do all actually see the mobile suit getting loaded, and it looks weird, so if you want to say anything, you can.
I don't say anything, but I just think to myself, it looks similar to my Zaku 1.
Oh, you can definitely tell it's a Zaku 1 command.
Yeah. I just don't care enough to say it's a command, to think it's a command. I just say it looks like a Zaku 1 to me.
Yeah.
So I'm basically like, Commander, is there another pilot in this squad?
Oh, Caecilia's done messing with it. Fantastic. That's mine. Don't worry, I won't be deploying all that much. You may have noticed as he walked over there was a bit of a limp to his walk. But yes, just in case my mobile suit is going to be coming with us, it'll be loaded aboard a Komusai. I'll get into more detail as to what the mission is in just a moment here, but yes, that is my mobile suit. Caecilia wanted to play with it, and I had to oblige. So, looks over at Lottie. If you would be so kind, dear. I'm on it now, sir, don't you worry. She skips on off towards the, where the mobile suit's being brought. And you can see in the background that she's like smacking some of the, it's not the normal crew that's moving this mobile suit on board. It definitely looks like some special guards specific to Lady Caecilia. that are bringing it. And she's like smacking them anytime that they're not being careful. And he looks back.
Alex just glances over to the mobile suit. You see his eye just close just a slight little bit, and he tenses up just for a split second and just says, "It's a very interesting paint job on that mobile suit."
Thank you. Luckily, I am one of those who were allowed special paint jobs on their command units. After the Battle of Loom, and he's looking right at you, and he says that, and he's looking at you, kind of meet eyes with him, and you get that tug that kind of hurts a little bit. Not too bad though. Scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably say like a 2, maybe a 3.
I just shift my head slightly to the left or right. Not too noticeably, just casually act like I'm cracking my neck if it was a little bit stiff.
Yeah. Anyway. And he goes back to his paperwork and goes, anyway, once I have the mobile suit fully checked out, if there's a situation that requires it, I will have it if need be. But for the most part, Second Lieutenant, you will be in command of the mobile suit teams, and I will not be deploying alongside. It is mostly there for just in case. It's a resource, and I don't want to leave it behind, just in case, basically. Anyway.
Of course, Commander.
And lastly here, we have you, Private Second Class Zach Marston. Says here that, you're part of the Criminal Rehabilitation Initiative, huh? Your criminal record is redacted. Your place of origin is redacted. Your family history is redacted but labeled as deceased?
You notice I take a slight step away from...
During... Whoa. Interesting. He looks over at you and he's not reading the last part of that note out loud. He's just like, "Son, when we have a moment, would it be alright if I spoke with you in my quarters? Probably once we've managed to get to Earth."
Sort of just not necessarily interested, but it's like, you're my commanding officer, so I suppose I have no choice.
One thing you'll learn here is where we're going, the fights that we're going to see. Hold on a second. Hard. Shut up. Not a lewd moment. There will be plenty of those later, I'm sure.
Not gonna lie, I thought about it.
God damn it. With where we're going, the battlefield we're going to be heading to, if we try and spend too much of our time and effort on being by the book in every single regard, not all, but every single regard, we're going to get caught off guard. We're going to have major problems. The big thing here is that we need to be able to trust each other. And I know that none of us have really met each other before now, but I'm hoping that we can actually get a chance to really know each other and trust each other, because my entire goal for this objective, for this operation that we're being sent on, is to make sure that you all come back alive. Understood?
Understood,
Yes,
Commander.
sir.
Sure.
Good. Now, if you're wondering what's up with the out-of-uniform Sergeant Major that we have, she's in charge of mechanical work. She's from Texas Colony. She's a refugee from Texas Colony, and frankly, I grabbed her up because she is probably the best when it comes to anything mechanical. Fixing it up, modifying it, getting it working. whether or not we have the supplies. Now, you're all probably wondering, why the weird group? Why all the secrecy? What the hell is going on? At which point the captain looks over and goes, have fun with that talk. I'm gonna head back to the bridge. We're gonna launch, alright? We should be at the destination in probably about 6 hours or so. Have fun, all of you. And he sort of walks off. Thanks, bud. Anyway. Allow me to read you what it is that the homeland has given us. What HQ has given us as our mission. Also, hello, Schwizzle, how are you? Won't happen again. God, you dick. I know it'll happen again. I don't trust you. Anyway. So, according to HQ... Welcome to the Xeon 55th Experimental Earth Assault Force. Dubbed Bronze Enigma. We are the Bronze Enigma Corps. Or, in case the little laugh earlier during your mock battle from the captain hinted at, some other people out there might know us as the Coffin Squad. I'm sure you're wondering a lot of things, especially those weird egg-like pods that your mobile suits are all being deployed into right now. Our primary objective as the 55th is to drop onto Earth, behind enemy lines in Africa, while only being able to resupply off of enemy forces, further damaging and reducing resources from the enemy without draining Xeon's own resources. You heard me right. We will basically be keeping ourselves resupplied from the enemy. We need to report back to command, when able, to update on the success of this experimental strategy. Any experimental weapons supplied by HQ on the very rare situation, or any Earth Federation Special Force armaments that we may acquire, that we don't have adequate information on. There is rumor that the enemy is not only able to steal some of our own tech, but they may have their own mobile suits on the way. Now, we all may remember, before the war, they had their silly gun tanks, not very balanced, sort of half mobile suit, half tank vehicles. And they're still using those, we're well aware of those, but we've heard rumor that they've worked on another legged model. Still using cannons. Don't have much detail on them just yet. And who knows what else they'll come up with. As it is right now on Earth, everything's at a standstill. We don't have the means and supplies, and frankly, it's very difficult to get supplies from the homeland to all of the fronts on Earth. But at the same token, the Federation can't put up enough of a fight to push us back. So I guess one of the things we're hoping with this mission is to not only disrupt some of these lines, since we'll be in enemy territory, but take their own supplies, thus weakening them and hopefully turning the tide on our favor. Our secondary objective is to destroy any and all Earth Federation Special Forces resources that cannot be salvaged or transported during our mission. And finally, our tertiary objective, complete any and all tasks assigned by superiors to aid in the Earth Assault Force initiative. So, every once in a while, we will have to try and find some way to get a line back to some contact. Oh, why not? Let's read this lovely little line too. The Xeon 55th Experimental Earth Assault Force is classified as a covert team. By all intents and purposes, you are considered MIA behind enemy lines. Great. We won't exist as soon as we touch down. Lovely. Thank you, Cassilia. If a member of the 55th has become compromised, the remaining Corps is tasked to ensure the Earth Federation do not learn of our team's objectives. So basically, if one of you goes missing, we gotta get you back ASAP. Are there any questions with your orders?
Gerard definitely looks uncomfortable with this news, feeling like things are looking pretty grim. Also, the fact that he's paired up with a crazy person and a con, he is definitely not thinking this is going to end well. But he keeps his face straight and he's like, "Understood, Commander."
That was good. I like that. Looks at the other two of you. Are you two good as well?
I pilot a Zuda. Everybody calls it a coffin anyway, so yeah, this should just be fine for me.
God, it is crazy. It makes all sense.
I have to say, I have seen the footage of previous test results of the Zuda. I'm impressed that yours is as functional as it is. Looks over at your medical officer. Have they done any work to that Zuda? I'm not sure, sir. As far as I know, nothing major. Just some different instruments to check on his vitals and brainwaves and things like that, just to make sure that he's healthy. And Alex, you know that as she says that, she sort of like swallows on that latter half. You know, with the time you spent with her, she's trying to hide a bit of information from the Major. Because you know that not all of those instruments were put in there just to make sure you're okay.
I just look straight at her and just kind of give her the expression of, if you have to say it, because it's going to come out sooner or later anyway.
The Major looks back and forth between the two of you and goes, well, we'll have our meeting soon enough anyway. Anyway. And you feel the Musai start to rumble. Well, it seems like we're starting to take off here. Well, basically what the plan is going forward is we're going to be dropping onto the planet. The Komusai, for those of you who don't know, detaches from the Musai and is a re-entry vessel. That's going to be essentially our headquarters. You each have a room, and your stuff has already been delivered to your rooms. Now, when it comes to your mobile suits, our supplies for this mission to start off are finite, but a decent amount. We have been gifted a Magella attack tank, 2 DOPs, and of course my mobile suit. And the hangar aboard the Komusai has been adjusted accordingly to accommodate this mission. So it's not your standard Komusai. So, on top of everything else, we will have to make sure that we find fuel if we run out. But that ship is going to be holding all of our supplies. Now, I have received word that we may be receiving information on who our main contact will be once we get planetside. Who it is that we have to try and contact. So, if we manage to get high enough up in the air, we should be able to get a radio out so that we can report our mission findings and our successes. Aside from those vehicles, though, we do have a few other supplies being brought on board. Apparently, we got an extra crate brought in from Granada. Looks over at the doctor and she's like, don't worry about that. I swear it won't take up much space. It's just, and she does that sort of shift thing again. Some supplies for the med bay. Uh-huh. And she looks over at you, Alex, and gives you a little, like, smirk, a little smile. You know what it is.
I just have a very, I want to say, very happy aura around me right now. I'm standing there casually. I still have the straight face, but it's just like the air around me just lightened up, and it's like being at like a festival. You know, the light atmosphere, everyone's happy, enjoying themselves.
Yep. Very nice. But aside from that, we do have a limited amount of ammunition. We have a mixture of machine guns and rifles among the squad, so we do have a decent contingent of bullets. We do have some explosive ammunition as well. I believe we were given 40 in total, with a mixture of high explosive, flash, and smoke. So we will have to be careful with those. We don't have many, and we don't know what we're going to find amongst the enemy that we'll be able to resupply with. So let's try and keep those two moments when we absolutely need them. All right. We also have some cannon ammo for Yorzaku, I believe, as well as our Magella. Looking over at Marston. And my mobile suit has a few magazines. Like I said, I won't be deploying very often, if much at all. But I wanted to make sure I had some, just in case. Oh, and we also have a Jeep. So once we are on land, if we need to do any scouting missions, it would be best to use our other resources than moving out the mobile suits. We don't know how hard it will be for the Federation to be able to spot us. So the Jeep will come in handy for that. So do try not to break it. Are there any other questions about our mission or our supplies?
I just shake my head.
Fantastic. Oh, I
Go over
guess...
and say, no, sir.
I guess it would be good to let you know that when the time comes, for now, feel free to move about the hangar, the ship, the Komusai. Head to your quarters if you like. But when it comes time to deploy, we will be putting you in your mobile suits. You will be dropping with their pods. Now, as you know, that Komusai won't be able to hangar more than one mobile suit, especially with the modifications to it. Luckily, my dear Lottie, who's skipping back over right now. Can you believe those jerks? Yes! How can I help you? I believe you've done some modifications to their re-entry pods. Ah, yes. Just so y'all know, while you're in your pods and we are deploying you onto Earth, you will be able to have some maneuverability to be able to correct your trajectory a bit and make sure that you can try to land close enough to each other and hopefully close enough to us so we don't have to spend time regrouping once we get to Earth. It will be controlled from your cockpit, and you will see on your display the change in controls, as well as I did make sure there was a nice, easy-to-see, flashy button when you want to deploy from those pods, just in case, okay? Y'all are so shy.
My character
I say okay.
He looks a bit uncomfortable. Like, this doesn't sound very safe.
Don't y'all worry, these are similar pods to those that are used for all of the initiatives for the Earth Assault Force, and I did some modifications to make them safer and give you all a better chance at the drop, because the old pods had, I believe as the higher-ups put it, adequate survivability chance, and that's just not good enough for me, so I gave y'all a boost to make sure that you all come back alive from this, all right? So don't y'all worry. These aren't your standard issue little pods.
We're dead.
And you hear the comms officer go, I believe they're being referred to as coffins by the little folk behind us. Who's calling my babies coffins?
Ironic, put a coffin inside of a coffin.
And you see the Major
I'm
just sort of
thinking.
like rubbing his temple.
And I just think coffins, how appropriate.
Lottie, are Cassilia's men done? Oh, they'll be leaving in just a moment, they tell me. I only had to correct their attitudes a few times. One of them, a nice second lieutenant, didn't understand how things work on our ship. He'll understand when he wakes up. And the major just looks at her, sighs, and goes, all right, well, I'll file the paperwork again. In case you're all wondering, anything going on with your mobile suits tech-wise, maintenance-wise, performance-wise, and especially anything going on with that hangar and supplies, that's under Lottie's command. She is our senior non-commissioned officer, and she is part of the officers' team here in this squad. And you yourself, looking over at Second Lieutenant Montcroix, you are also, as the mobile suit team team leader, are part of the officers' group. So anytime we have a leadership meeting, you will be expected to attend. Anyway,
I nod.
for now, feel free to go check out your rooms. We've got a few hours before we're at the drop point. I'll be making sure everything moves through smoothly. Looks over at the dock. Doc, if you want, feel free to get your med bay set. They already moved your crate over there. I don't know what's in it, but you organize it how you see fit. And looks over at his second in command there. Excuse me. Rainer, if you want, go ahead and head on over to the bridge of the Komusai, get yourself all situated, set up your controls as you like, and provide extra radar coverage for the Musai as we move to position. Always prepped, aren't you, sir? Alright, I'm going. Have fun, pilots. And he heads off. And Lottie, get them Cassilia jerks off our ship. Gotcha! She starts hopping back over. You hear her just shouting at them. Alright, if any of you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I'm going to be heading to the bridge of the Musai for a little bit, and then I'll be back. But if you have anything you want to ask me, feel free now. You have permission to speak freely.
My character, instead of just asking questions, just sort of wanders away, heading towards where he was told his room is.
Okay. Looks over at the other two.
Speak to anyone else.
Yeah. Looks over at the other two.
Alex just glances back to the mobile suit and kind of just blurts out, so what exactly did you accomplish in the Battle of Loom?
Well, I don't normally like to talk about it. I'm not one to boost my own horn. And you hear Lottie as she's still like heading over and yelling at people. Don't be so naughty, bloody leopard! Heads on in. At which point, at the very least, the two of you have heard of the Bloody Leopard of Loom. From the stories you heard, it was one of the old-timey pilots in a Zaku 1 that, right at the very beginning of the mission, the bazooka that he was given malfunctioned and exploded right on his shoulder, taking out the arm and damaging the leg and thrusters of his unit. He forced his squad to continue forward with the mission as he tried to get his unit back up and operational. By the end of the battle, he was able to get it operational and was able to take down 2 enemy battleships without weapons and 1 arm as they were trying to move into position to hit the rest of his squad from behind, thus granting him the title of the Bloody Leopard, because he tore the ships apart with his bare hand. After that, he's been basically in a command-type situation on board this Musai, and hasn't really deployed much at all from his mobile suit. And he goes into some detail about it with y'all to give you the details as well. Frankly, I don't know if I deserve such a status. Honestly, as a commander, it was my duty to make sure my men got back safe. Damn the consequence. Those ships, the fighters, they were moving into position to hit them from behind. My radio was out at that point. It was either I acted then, or they'd be dead. That's all I did. There are plenty of others out there. There are the Red Comet, the Black Tri-Stars, Ramba Rawl. They did more. But for some reason, I was granted this as well. And it shows with the lovely missions they've been putting me on ever since. This will be my first time back on the front line, honestly. That satisfactory answer to your question?
I kind of look over at him, and it's kind of like I didn't want to pry too much look, and kind of like a little...
A lot of the info you got immediately when she called out his nickname, which he rolled his eyes at. He gave you only like bare bones. And Bio, like I said, it's up to you, but I did say that if you wanted, the two of you could recognize that name.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely. When that name was dropped, Gerard pretty much raised a brow, and it's like couldn't believe that he was standing before Bloody Leopard, and that honestly he was even in the same room. So honestly, probably he's fanboying just a little bit on the inside, but not showing it.
Yes, I knew this is why Cassilia picked me.
Maybe this mission isn't shit after all.
He didn't even pay attention to the part where he was basically like, I was treated like crap after the Battle of Loom. He's just like, I'm in the presence of greatness.
Yep, basically. That makes perfect sense.
I'm gonna ask for the autograph.
Marston, you hear the name called out, and if you want, you could know. If you want, you could roll to see if you can know, or you can decide not to know, given your backstory.
I think I'll roll just in case.
Alright, roll a history. Roll a history or a colony knowledge, whichever one is better.
Colony knowledge. That's better.
Also, hi again, Shin. And Chad, I am reading you.
9. Goddamn. Right.
You think the name sounds familiar?
It's vague, but
It's very vague.
I think to myself, why does that name sound so familiar?
I don't know. Was that
whatever?
Was that like another nickname for that? I don't know. That what was it? The Crimson Lightning? I don't know. I don't think that's right.
Something like that, or it's just like, well, whatever.
There's too many of these silly fucking names.
Yeah, I just don't have it in me to care that much about it, to think about it too hard.
Any other questions from you two?
I'm all set, Commander.
All right. We'll have an officers' meeting about a few hours before we deploy. So I'll see you on the bridge of the Komusai at that time. I'm gonna go harass our chubby friend in the Musa. And he walks off. And again, you can see that he has a bit of a limp in his leg. Sort of steps a little bit heavy with one leg. Specifically his left.
So once he's gone, I pretty much just leave. To my quarters.
God damn it, Venom. Excuse me while I completely ruin the immersion of this game and wear my Zaku head. Should have turned that shit off. Anyway, what are you doing? You're heading to your quarters?
Yeah, I'm heading to my quarters. I take a seat in my quarters and I'm like just decompressing all this crap that I've just been told and like sort of slightly, concerned that maybe this is not what I was hoping for. But gonna have to make something of it. So he's hoping that maybe he can turn this around and make it something worth notable, making him,
Do you have some
famous.
sort of skill? Do you have some sort of skill that would help you with, like, what kind of logistical purpose would this mission really hold? Like, to try and justify the importance of it. Do you have any sort of skill that would help you try and piece that together? Or a stat?
Persuasion? Would I persuade myself?
I mean, I guess you could persuade yourself. That seems like something you would do.
Yeah.
Give me a persuasion roll. The DM is now at maximum power. Now let's change the track.
Oh, it's almost a 20.
Oh, hell no, not that one. That one's way too upbeat.
That fits the mechanic better.
Yeah, it does. It totally does. I should shift that one. Alright. So you got a 12. You're
Yep.
struggling to persuade yourself, but you're kind of like, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? If there's less of a hit to our own resources, and we hit the enemy's resources, that kind of wins the game, right? That's important, right?
Yeah, I mean, if
And-
we're successful, we could turn the tide of the war.
Yeah,
And that would definitely leave a very strong potential of being, famous for doing such things.
yeah, not to mention, you are testing the new unit. This is supposed to be like the ground forces replacement for the Zaku, this goof, right? Yeah. So not only are you testing out new tech that could really change the war, you're testing out a new strategy, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, will it be hard? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you are you. How hard could it be, right?
Right. So with that, I've calmed myself down a little bit, and then I will pretty much pull out my violin and start playing it in my room to help pretty much bring me back down to solid ground in terms of, emotions.
Yeah. That being said, do you want to like take care of your personal belongings? Put up your lovely posters.
I think I'm going to wait till we actually land, because I don't know if it's going to be, rough.
All right,
Because
so-
otherwise, anything I put up would get knocked down or
So
something.
you just secure your stuff under the bunk, make sure it doesn't
Yep.
move. Okay.
Yep.
Good.
And I just play my violin for free time.
Yeah.
Probably annoying anybody who can probably hear it.
All
Or
right.
they like it. I don't know. That's their decision.
All right. Alex, we'll get you in a moment. Marston, you head to your room, you open it up, and this quarters is probably the cleanest quarters and way bigger than you're used to. I mean, it's not huge, but you're used to like sharing this kind of space, like half this kind of space with at least two other dudes.
Hell, I'm used to this a prison setting. Honestly.
I mean, your bed is not rotting. It doesn't smell musty. It actually looks new, unused. You've got two pillows, clean sheets, a blanket. Like, this is
and
pretty
that makes
nice.
me very uncomfortable all of a sudden because I'm not used to it.
Oh
I have
yeah.
no idea what the hell to do with this.
Mhm, mhm. And there is like a little in all the rooms. There's like a little stall that is like, it changes. Like it has like a fold out, toilet, fold out sink,
Oh,
little shower head to help you wash up if you need to, with a drain in the bottom of it. But it's like a little corner of the room is set up like that in all of them. Just like something quick, cheap, easy to be able to take care of any hygiene you need to do. And man, you can't remember the last time you actually were able to take a decent fucking shower. You got some time. You can relax.
It's been a long, long time.
It's been months, man. It's been like 6 months, something like that.
It's probably before I was an orphan.
Yeah, I know, right?
God damn. I'm a dirty boy.
So you just take some time to relax, take in
Sit
what's
down
happening.
on the bed, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't have much with me except for the guitar.
Yeah, you have your
I don't really have any
bag.
other belongings except for like the basic shit.
Yeah, you have your like military bag that has some of your basic stuff. It has your uniform in it. That tight bastard uniform.
Kits.
Yeah. Yeah, you just sort of relax, wash up a bit, feel a bit better, try and take in everything that's going on. And one thing that hits you now is these officers don't seem like the Xeon you're used to. Well, except that one guy.
Yeah.
He definitely seems like the Xeon you're used to.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm not sure what to make of these people. They seem very unorthodox.
It sort of like makes you question yourself right now. Like,
yeah,
you definitely still don't like where you're at, but
no, and I still have a deep dislike of Xeon in general.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, at least some of them seem like I can at least stomach them for as long as I'm on this mission.
Yeah. Plus, it's the first time a commanding officer didn't call you scum.
Yeah, that's very true.
And definitely the first time a commanding officer gave you an offer to speak freely, let alone have a meeting if you need to talk.
Yeah.
It's definitely weird. You haven't felt
I'm not sure
anyone.
What to do with this information.
Yeah, you haven't felt anyone talk to you like that since the incident.
Yeah.
It's very weird to you. You're kind of not sure. You're still on edge. You're like questioning everything, kind of deal. Like,
yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. My character's always on edge, probably. So he's just further on edge because he has no idea what to do with this information at all.
Yeah. And for those of you wondering, I'm not trying to dictate how his character is feeling. I know his background and him being new. I'm just helping him understand what it is that I've put him into. And if he says, no, I don't feel that way, that's perfectly fine. Roll a shower check. It's not that hard. Roll a D1. If you get a 1, you did it. Hey, look, you did it.
Hey, if I roll 0, nope.
You can't roll a 0. There's just a 1 or a 1.
Exactly.
That's how you can roll.
Exactly.
You don't even have... The best part, you don't even have to worry about dropping the soap.
Oh. Ooh.
That's a step up right there, bud.
Hell yeah.
This is not your prison. Not to mention, like, as you walked to your room, nobody was checking on you. There were no, like...
No, they just went about their business.
Yeah,
and I was just like, I went about mine.
Yeah, and you saw Lottie basically kicking off... basically the same dudes that were giving you shit the whole way here. Like, those Cassilia guards were the ones who kind of dragged you here.
And I think to myself, especially about Lottie, that she might be someone I would actually get along with. Potentially. She seems like she's more down...
She's a refugee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's more on my level, I guess.
So that's what you're doing for a bit.
Yes.
So the sound of guitar and violin are playing through the halls. Yes. And Mr. Alex, what are you doing? Your doc is now heading over to her med bay.
I'm probably just gonna head to my quarters and rummage through my belongings to try to find a certain bag that I know is in there.
Yeah. And she looks at you and just like goes, if you need anything, you know where the med bay is, right? You can find me there.
Roger that, Doc. I might have to have you look after something for me if all goes according to plan when we supposedly drop in what's not to be referred to as a coffin, apparently.
I know it's not ideal, but just think, fresh air soon, right?
You picked one amazing vacation to sign up for.
I couldn't let the others come with you. I don't think they would have let you have your own room.
By the way, where are they having you stay, Doc?
I've got a room.
Alright, just checking sure.
Yeah, I've got a room. There's a room right next to the med bay. Plus, the med bay is going to be my room, too, so I think I've got more space than everyone.
Just don't fill it with all sorts of lab equipment again. Your office was not exactly the tidiest.
I wasn't given too many. Don't worry. Anyway, go to your room for the first time and relax, okay? And let me know if your head hurts again. I saw that.
Will do. And it was only a slight tinge this time.
How would you rate it? And she has like a very serious look on her face right now.
Probably a 2.
Okay. Let me know if it gets worse.
Will do, Doc. Now I'm off to try to find something that hopefully wasn't broken.
And you head off to your room. So your stuff is in your room. It's not tossed, it's just sitting there, ready for you to do with it as you please.
I know for a fact that it's kinda unknown about the one bag that I may or may not have had put in the, let's just say, the trunk of my belongings when they shipped from Granada.
What bag are you referring to?
It's just a small little duffel bag with a zipper on top. And I just reach over, find it, put it directly on the middle of the bed, unzip it, and you can just see a tinge of a blue, maybe a little bit of white coloring to it, and just a nice little, we'll go with kind of like a miniature version of a mobile suit thruster sticking out.
It is undamaged. In fact, there's a little note with it from the doc saying, I made sure I was the one who handled it.
Alright, Doc. Thanks.
And you'll notice underneath, if you pull it out, are you pulling it out?
Oh, yeah.
So, as you pull out this particular object I'll let you describe in just a moment, you also see 2 little jars with a smiley face drawn on top of them.
I just stare at the jars blankly for a second
And a spoon.
realizing what they are, just kind of sit the little Zuda down on the edge of the bed, sit down on the bed, pull a jar out, pop the cap off, and start eating that sweet, sweet, delicious pistachio pudding.
God.
So while you're enjoying your pistachio pudding, why don't you describe that little Zuda that you pulled out?
Well, it's just like if you would, it's not too big. It's kind of like if you would see, I want to say, kind of like if you take a medium-sized dog and it's standing up on its hind legs, probably from its shoulders down is how big it is on the scale. Not too big, not too large, not gonna cause a whole bunch of little ruckus when it moves around or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And its right arm, it just has a nice little shield. On the shield, though, is just a hilarious little decal saying, "Do not put near flame."
Now, if I remember correctly, this thing you can turn on and it does stuff, right?
Yep.
You can activate it
So-
right now or leave it off.
I'll activate it right now. I'll just reach over, I'll hit the on button, and a little Zuda mono eye just flicks on, and it, it kind of goes left to right, scanning the room a bit, stands up, and just looks over at me, holds up the tiny little mock Zaku machine gun in its left arm, and puts a plastic dart right into my forehead.
At which point you see it hover up off the table. Its little Saturn engine has a little hover mechanic in it. It sort of like tries to zoom around you a little bit.
Happy to see you too, buddy, and unfortunately not so happy that your aim's still pinpoint.
Now, does this thing have a bit of a personality? Would it giggle? Like, do like a little giggling motion, putting its shield up to its face?
Oh. It would probably giggle, and then it would probably raise both the shield and the machine gun into the air like, I have vanquished my master.
Interesting. Good. Great. I already love it. So while you're playing around and getting a chance to relax with your little AI and your lovely pistachio pudding, you hear the music coming down the halls from the guitar on one end and the violin on the other, and strangely enough, they kind of go together. It's weird.
Just listening to it, kind of think, is this... It's a lovely blend between a little bit of rock aesthetic mixed with...
A little bit of that classical?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's kind of go off into a blissful little space. Just enjoying the music, pistachio pudding, and trying to deal with the Zuda so it doesn't wreck the room a bit.
Yeah, and it's almost like the sounds of the ship kind of act as like a little bit of like a percussion line. It's like a nice spot where you're sitting between the two of them right now. Definitely not what you're used to. Anyway, does anyone have anything they want to do over the next few hours before we continue onward?
I'm good. I'd probably just end up nodding off or something.
Bio?
I'm tired.
No, I think I'm pretty much good.
Wash up a little bit or something?
Yeah, make sure I'm still good, because I got that officers meeting coming up.
Exactly.
Make sure I look fucking amazing.
Exactly. All right, then we'll fast forward to the officers meeting. You guys have left. Solomon and are well on your way to the drop point. Definitely getting yourselves already. You can feel a little bit of gravity as you're getting into like the gravity well, getting closer to the Earth. Sort of in a bit of an orbit. So you're kind of in position. You just need to get to the right point to drop. And a few hours pass, and the officers' meeting time comes up, so you head straight over to the bridge. When you enter the bridge, you see all the other officers here. You've got the medical officer, second in command, as well as Lottie, and the major on the bridge. Major is sort of sitting like right at his chair, and he swivels it over and goes, "Good, all right, you're all here. Well, we should be getting into position, and we're supposed to be getting a call from Dozel here in a moment. He didn't get a chance to come bug us as we were deploying. And I've already got the captain on the line, and you see his face on the monitor, and he's just like, are y'all ready? We're almost there. Come on. Cheer up. This is going to be a good time." And he goes to a serious face after that and just goes, "And look, whatever happens down there, I want all of you to come back alive. The Rosamund will be ready. This is your home. We'll be ready to receive you whenever you come back. And bring back my Komusai. It's going to look weird without it." Yeah. Anyway. So, just wanted to have a quick officers meeting with all of us here. We're supposed to be dropping in a little bit now. We're not quite in position yet. So I'll have you order the pilots to get ready. Lottie, is there anything left to be done? Well, I had to kick some of those Cassilia jackasses out. They were messing around with the engines and some of the other parts of the ship. I don't know what Cassilia's plan is, but I don't like anyone touching my machines. And Cohen chimes up. I mean, I don't like how your stuff looks after you touch it, but I mean, I wouldn't trust anyone else to touch your stuff. I don't even understand some of the things you do with it. Look, I have a system. It works. It's better optimized. Don't give me lip. I don't touch your electronics up in here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Right. Doc, how's the med bay and supplies? We're all stocked up, and I have most everything secured for the entry. Nothing should rattle around. We should be good. I think everything's fine. All right, and Montcroy, how's everything with the rooms and the pilots? How's everyone getting situated?
I'm not sure, Commander. I didn't really check up on them after our initial meeting. I assume everything's fine, considering nothing's on fire.
Okay. I did hear a couple of you were playing some music. That was pretty nice. I got no problem with that. Anytime there's downtime, do what you need. I have no problem with the music. And I know this is your first deployment. Alright? If you have questions, any leadership questions, feel free to ask. You know where my quarters are, you know where the bridge is, you know how to find me. And I know it's going to take some getting used to, but those pilots are going to be basically they're there so not only will you be covering their backs, they're covering your back. Try to get to know them. Get some rapport. All right?
I clench my jaw a little, and I'm like, of course, Commander.
I know, it's weird coming from your standing. But I've seen entire battalions crumble because they couldn't trust the word of an officer that wouldn't give them even the chance to know their name. Whereas a small team like us, trust can make or break a battle. Something to think on, alright?
Yes, Commander.
At which point, one of the other screens lights up and it's Dozlezabi's face, really close to the camera. Is this damn thing working yet? Ah, there we go. Hello! Gideus, how are you? Yes, Dozel, sir. We're approaching the point. We should be there soon. Fantastic, fantastic. Look, I know my sister's playing some weird game with you all. I just received the report as to what your mission is. I want you to know, there will be contacts down on the planet. They will be in touch as soon as you're able to get into comm range. See if we can't get you someone I can trust. Because despite what Cassilia may want, you're going to be down on the Earth. That's my jurisdiction, and as well as my little brothers. So, myself and Garma will make sure that you, as well as, where did I put it? You, as well as, you know, your little cubs, bloody leopard, are taken care of. We may not be able to drop everything to come back you up, but if there's a supply or something that we might be able to get you, or if there's some good intel, then maybe we could accidentally meet up with each other, your forces and mine, down on a battle. We'll see if we can sync something up, alright? That sounds good. And he looks around the other officers, and he looks over at Montcroy. You there, you're the one in charge of the mobile suit team. You've got that prototype goof.
Yes.
Well, what was it? It was, Montcroy? What does it say here? Montcroix?
Monqua.
Montcroix! Ah! Lighten up. This is going to be a hard time down there. And you know what? You don't need to be too uptight, alright? It can cause problems. Have some fun! Battle isn't all doom and gloom. Well, it's mostly doom and gloom, but if you are able to try and keep your spirits up, it'll help everyone around you. Isn't that right, man? And you sort of see, like, the people in his, like, little comm office just sort of go, yes, sir! And, like, sigh a bit. Cheer up, damn it! And he slaps one of them, and you see him fall off his chair. Anyway, I just want you all to know, you're not going to be completely alone. We'll do whatever we can. Anyway. Hey, Captain. How's all the final tests running? Ah, sir. Everything's doing good. I'll be ready to kick them off my ship anytime now. We're not in position yet, but I'll be ready. That's good, that's good. Alright. Good luck, all of you. And he disconnects. Alright. Looks over at you, Moncroy. He wanted your name. Wow. Guess he did notice something. That or he's really excited for his new goof.
I'm not sure, but either way, I'm quite honored, sir.
Alright. So everyone get to your positions. Get the mobile suit teams ready and, ready so that, you know, as soon as we're in position, we can launch. Any questions?
None from me, Commander.
The others just sort of nod and we're all good. You're good. Great. I love to hear it. At which point, as you're getting ready to head on out, the radar starts going off and the captain just goes, "Ah, crap. What's going on?" Gideus looks over at your comms officer. "What are we picking up?" This ain't good. We're picking up a couple of, Federation vessels heading towards us. Get the mobile suit teams on, ready. Now. And the captain just goes, "There's not enough time for you all to deploy. It's not worth trying to get you all back into those pods. Just get yourselves into those pods. We'll try and get to the position as quickly as possible. Move speed to full." And you all feel, all of you, even those not in this meeting, feel the ship jolt. And Alex definitely recognizes this. You've moved to full speed. At an emergency pace.
I just look around at the surroundings real quick. Look at what I will dub Zooty. And just look at it and go to the med bay. Find the dock. Stay there. And I head out of my room.
He gives you a salute and zooms off. And as you're heading out of the rooms, you see the other officers as well as Moncroy leaving the bridge. Well, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Marston. Have you left your room?
No, I did feel the jostle, and now I'm like awake and I'm on edge even more so. But I'm also, I don't dare leave my room right now, just in case it's something that's serious, and I haven't been told to get in my mobile suit or anything yet. So,
all right. Moncroy, you're up.
All right. So I start moving hastily. I'm assuming I see Alec.
You see Alec come out, and you see a little tiny Zutta zoom past him towards the medbay.
I blink at that for a minute, but it's really not important right now.
Yeah.
I look to Alec, and I'm like, "Private, suit up when you're heading out now."
Roger that.
And then I move to find Zach's room.
His door is the next one over. Basically, the way the doors are set up for you guys is it's Moncroy's room, Alec's room, Marston's room.
All right, I make my way to Marston's room. I don't know if his door is open or not.
I assume it's closed.
I bang on the door.
yeah,
Suit up. We need to leave now. Don't waste time.
understood.
Meet me
Since
at
I'm
the
already
mobile
suited up,
suits.
and I'm already suited up, so I just put away whatever I need away and just walk out towards the hangar.
Basically, just grab your helm and head out.
Yeah.
All right.
I move to quickly get out of my officer's uniform and into my mobile suit.
Have a good time,
uniform,
Kingless.
and then I make my way quickly to the hangar.
All right. As they're all heading to the hangar and everyone's getting into their positions, you can see a lot of the crew of the Musai is getting off. The Komusai. leaving it just to your little team there. Lottie's already there, and she looks at all of you and just goes, over here, this is how you get to your mobile suits. You're going to be getting into the pods, normal cockpit, whatever you're used to, your controls. There's going to be a display on your... y'all will see it, okay? It's not that hard. It'll be able to give you telemetry, and you'll be able to adjust as you're heading down, okay? Now, we have to get closer. We are not in position, but we're going to try. For those of you who don't know, there are 3 enemy vessels currently approaching our position. And right now, with our pods on this ship, it's really hindering its ability to defend itself. So we're going to get as close as possible and deploy. Move! And she runs off to, like, one of her consoles.
You heard the woman. Let's go.
I just nod and I start getting into the mobile suit pod.
Yep, you basically leave the Komusai, and there's like a little hatches for where each of these are deployed on the underside of the Musai itself. For those of you watching or wondering, here on the main splash screen here, this large vessel is the Musai they're on. This little one is the Komusai that sits underneath the nose on the front of the Musai. That's what they're going to be launching in, and there's some pods underneath that the mobile suits are sitting in. Just like white egg-like pods that cocoon the mobile suits. You all get into your cockpits, and you can see the radar come up, and you can see that those enemy vessels are definitely approaching. And the comms channel opens up. 2 screens open up, one of them on the Komusai, one for the Musai, so you can see both the captain as well as your commander. Damn it, are we sure there's nothing we can do to try and help with this fight? And the captain just chimes in, look, if you all get out of those pods, we can't get you back in. I'm gonna get you as close as we can, and you're gonna deploy. Hopefully we can get you to ground. That's our biggest goal at this point. And I gotta make sure that I do this and shield you all at the same time. Having you on board is just a hindrance right now. So don't worry about us. We've been through worse scraps than this. The commander just goes, I could launch in my mobile suit, and you wouldn't be able to make it to the planet, would you? You've got a team to watch. Don't need your gimp ass helping us right now. We've got plenty. And you see him start, like, mute the mic and, like, is hollering orders at the rest of the people, and he's just like, damn it! I hate this. What are the odds? How'd the Federation find us? And, Cohen chimes up. Commander, I could look into it right now, but we're a little bit busy with prep work. It's fine. We'll look into it later. Right now, we need to get ourselves ready so we can deploy. All right, everyone. You should see on your screens how you can ready the launch. Don't do the final push until I give the say-so. And you see on the center screen, like, little sort of launch procedures pop up. And they're definitely not standard launch procedures. The instructions are definitely written in Lottie's kind of voice. And you just go through the steps, getting yourselves ready. Finally, after about, like, 20 minutes or so, sitting in your cockpits, just waiting, watching as the ships are slowly gaining. The captain comes back on. I don't have you as close as I want you. If your Lottie did do some work to make it so you guys can control those a bit, right? Get her on the radio. I'm here. What? How good can they maneuver? They can adjust on the way down a bit, but not really free fly. You think it's enough to make sure you don't hit the ocean? What's our position? Let's just say if you all deploy in 5 minutes, and you can adjust enough, I can get you to South America. That's the best I can do. But those Musai are going to be in position in 5 minutes. Pilots, do you have any last-minute questions?
None.
Doesn't seem like we have any time for that.
So here's the big question for each of you. What do you have for any sort of mechanical type skills?
I have salvage.
What about your engineering?
What?
What about, like,
My
engineering? Maybe something that can help you finesse these controls to maneuver your way down.
You have
if you can... Yeah,
I have engineering modifier too.
Okay. Or like maybe in athletics to muscle the controls, or athletics or acrobatics to sort of like finesse the controls to help you on the way down. Those are the kind of rolls you're going to need to be making.
I got acrobatics.
I have acrobatics.
Take whatever your highest skill is, and that's what you'll be rolling on your way down.
Deception.
That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. You can't lie to the controls. Turns joystick to the right. You're going left. The ship goes to the left somehow. No.
That's it. Okay, so I'll be rolling acrobatics then. Or sleight of hand. Although it's the same one, so it doesn't matter.
The Major comes back, chimes back up on the comms. Look, the three of you will be able to see a little bit. At least you'll be able to see in our direction. We'll be following behind you. Try and make sure we all land close enough together. Just try and follow the path of the unit in front of you. Understood?
Affirmative, Commander.
You'll be deploying in this order. Montcroix, you're taking the lead. Alex, you're second. Marsden, you're third. We'll be following behind you.
Got it.
Looks like our missions... The locations changed, the mission's staying the same. Right now, the only objective that matters is land and live. Try and get close to each other. If anything happens, regroup on your squad leader. Understood?
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative, Commander.
At which point, you feel a massive jolt as the Musai takes a hit. Captain comes back on. Alright, everyone. Sorry I couldn't get you closer. This is the best we can do. I need you off if I have any chance to fight them. And I'm going to try and position so that I'm blocking them from you, alright? And you can feel the ship turn very sharply. Definitely a lot of turbulence going on, as the artificial gravity is struggling to keep up. Because they're doing this turn at full speed right now.
I just braced myself in the cockpit, and my mind, for a split second, blanks back to another turbulent time, and I just closed my eyes.
Ooh. Abuza, can you give me your roll of, what is it, your skill that you have, the, crap, I can't remember what it's called.
New type intuition?
Thank you. Give me that roll. Perfect. As you're starting to get a little bit of that flashback, your head starts to hurt. Probably about a 6. And you start getting flashes. Flashes mixed in of both the Battle of Loom and Operation British. Sort of seeing like little bits and pieces, but not enough to focus on, and then you get like this weird vision. It looks like one of the pods might be getting hit in a moment. And you come back too.
I just take a split second to calm my breathing down and click on the comms channel and go, I think we should probably go now if it's in our best interest.
The commander kind of is just like, whatever, go! And you get the order to press the button. Hit it.
Over the comms, I go, Zig Zeon, and then I punch the button.
Moncroy launches first. He's away.
I look to the button and just out loud say, "Here goes nothing," and then hit the button.
You hit the button. And you launch. You get a quick flash again. You think the pod is the third pod.
As I'm falling, I just...
You have a
Make sure
strange
I'm-
feeling that if the order were to change now, potentially that pod might not get hit.
Before or after I press the button?
After you press the button. There's only 2 things left to launch.
Wait, what 2 things are left to launch?
The Komusai and the final pod.
I look at the... flash up to the communications, look at my commanding officer, and kinda with a somewhat worried expression go, "I think you should launch the Komusai."
Your head's hurting right
possible.
now, by the way.
With my eyes pretty much almost fully closed so I can just see barely almost anything. And my hand just on one of my temples, pressing into it.
The commander does this like weird shocked look on his face, turns right over to the comms officer and just goes, "Screw it, launch." But sir, isn't that out of order? Just do it. I'll ask you why later. Komusai launches, at which point a shot fires to where the third pod would have been had it launched. And you feel that shot just miss where your pod is, by the way, Marston.
For that shot, I'm just like, fuck, that was close.
Lottie comes on. Sweetie, now it's your turn.
Yeah, launching. I just hit the button and I launch.
Roll the timer.
Final launch. What?
All right. Sorry, chat just said roll the Tylenol to Habusa.
God damn it.
God damn it, card. Of course it's card. All right, you launch as well. Order's mixed up, but you're all launched. The Komusai slows its descent because it has more control on its re-entry. It's built for it so that you can get back in front of it. And you can all see through your through a window the Musai off in the distance kind of slowly getting further and further away as you're entering atmosphere. And you see the other vessels getting into position and firing. One of them turns its cannons back over towards you all. Give me your rolls. As you're getting ready to reposition yourself, your radar comes up to let you know that that ship's got a lock on you.
That's plus the skill, right?
Plus the skill, yeah. Alright, Gerard makes his...
Fuck.
Marston does not. Give me another roll.
Oh, that's better.
You're struggling with the controls a bit, and you're a little bit slow to react. But you're heading in the correct direction of everyone else. You're just a little slagged behind. Slagged? A little lagged behind. I'm good at words. Got a 1, Tylenol denied. And Habusa, almost knowing where these shots are coming from right now. Sorry, Alex, almost knowing where these shots are coming from right now, is moving into proper position. At which point, eventually I will remember every single person's name so I'm not having to constantly jump back and forth between them. Cohen takes notice and says, "Sir, I have a recommendation. I don't know what's going on with Alex, but he seems to really, really be able to tell what's going on. Maybe his Zuda has like a better radar or something. Maybe we should be following his lead." And Moncroy, you can see that, you might barely be out of the way of where those locks are currently aimed to fire, but it definitely seems like the pod behind you that has Alex is definitely moving into much more optimal positions. You can't deny that it would be a good idea to follow his lead.
I'm a bit reluctant, but I'm like, we're not going to make it if I'm reluctant.
And the commander goes, we'll figure this out later. And
Alex, take the lead.
goes to move. Alex, your pod, you can activate the thrusters a bit to like push ahead to try and lead the rest of the group. But that first shot fires, zooming right past, barely missing both Montcroy and Marston. Montcroy. Gerard. Barely missing Gerard and Marston.
I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine too.
Well, I pilot a coffin, so let's see if I'm buried in it today. And I push the thruster button.
Great. Because of your crit, I'm actually going to give everyone else advantage, and you don't have to make the next roll that comes out. The Musai gets on the radio with you and just goes, I've just reported back to Dozel, and he immediately gets cut off as Dozel's still on the line. Damn it, I don't know what's going on. Based on what I'm seeing here, you're going to be landing in South America. Garma's going to be your contact. He'll be in touch as soon as he can. I don't know what's going on. We'll see what we can figure out from up here. Good luck, alright? And he gets off the radio. And the captain just goes, well, good luck, all of you. Don't worry, we'll fight this battle. And you see the Musai firing back and getting some very good hits on the enemy vessels, but it's not dodging every shot against it. But one of the ships still seems to be trying to lock onto all of you. Locks on for a second time as you're still descending. And you're getting that lovely little ping as you get locked onto. Give me your rolls. Again, Alex, with that crit, you pass the second one, and the other two, you get advantage. So roll twice, take the higher result.
You go first, Jordan.
All right.
Definitely make it with both those rolls.
Yep. Got luckier the second time.
Ooh.
Oof.
As the second volley's coming in. Abuza, new type intuition. Your head spikes very hard. You see Montcroix's pod taking a direct shot from a full volley.
I immediately, the communication's already on, so I immediately go, squad leader, I'm going to need you to angle a little bit more. Because if not, let's just say we're not going to make it to the Earth.
At which point you hear the Major, who's watching as his pod is already at like full thrust in the direction he's trying to move. Just go, not enough time! Block it! Yelling at his staff. And you see the Komusai move to block in front of it. As the volley comes down and hits right on the side of the Komusai. Komusai can take the hit, but it definitely is damaged. Status report! Lottie's just rattled, and she's like, can you warn me next time? Engines are holding right now. I'll do what I can. We should be okay. I don't see any, damage that's making us, lose atmosphere. Be careful? I got work to do! And she runs off. But you definitely see Montcroix, as the Musai was moving to block that, you saw the megaparticle cannons from that ship heading right for you.
How is he doing this?
And the doc shows up in the bridge now. And the Major looks at her and goes, have a seat, what the hell are you doing? And she just screams, like, as she's taking a seat, she screams at the radio, how's your head?
We're looking at probably about Close to a 7 by this point, Doc.
Relax. Breathe. Don't faint. The Major's just like, what? I have questions for you too, but later. I'll need you all to make one final roll as you hit, like, essentially a brick wall as you finally pierce the atmosphere.
Okay.
You all have advantage.
You can go first.
Can I get double digits, please? Jesus.
Oh my god! What is
God
going
damn.
on? Monqua's having so much difficulty. Oh! Alright.
Right.
Oh! So close to
Oh.
that nat 20. Alright, the
Oh,
18,
definitely.
you... Marston, you are having a breeze entering atmosphere right now. Alex, you're definitely having a little bit of a struggle on that. Moncroy, your pod flips. You're now staring ass first towards the ground. And you know that most of the protection on this is on the egg.
I mean, I guess I struggle with the controls and I just try to fight it to try and get the spin back around.
The Major comes on and goes, "Is there any way we can get close enough to bump him?" "Sir, there's no way we can get there. He's terminal velocity, all right? I can't break physics." Damn it. Lottie, any suggestions? Hold on, let me think. Engine, pod. How's it facing? It's flipped. It's flipped? Yes. Oh, button on the left.
I press the button on the left.
When you hit the button on the left, these pieces, little extra bits of padding that are around where like the bottom is, basically where you would remove the mobile suit from, blast off of the egg, and the force of their little thrust as they do it knock your balance and flip you back around. Knocked a bit off course, though. Roll again to see if you can get back on course.
Yes!
Oh, thank God.
You get right back on course. At this point, space has become no longer visible behind you. As you're heading towards the Earth, you see blue skies. For basically all of you, you've never seen this. And you're now heading down with no longer within range of any shots. And from what you can see, you're going to land in South America. Definitely not where you thought you were going. But at least it's not the water, right?
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 Right. I hope.
And then you hear a loud splash.
I mean,
As
there's
you're-
the Amazon River, so.
As you're heading on the way down, Lottie comes back on and goes, "All right, engines are fine. Engines are fine. The machine, the system will let you all know when to hit the next button to start the landing. Okay? Sweetie, because we had to pop some of those a little early, it's gonna be a little bit rough, so make sure your safety straps are nice and tight, okay?"
Got it.
At which point, you just see, like, this view of the sky off in the distance as you're heading down. And none of you have ever seen anything like it. The colonies don't have anything like this. You can see all the way to, like, the edge of the Earth. the sun coming up and everything. It's not sunrise, it's already up, but I mean, you can see the blues just go on forever. You see the trees and mountain ranges and everything, and way off in the distance you can see the ocean that you've managed to avoid as you're heading down. How do y'all feel about that? It's the first time you space noids have been on Earth. You can feel the weight shift, and it doesn't feel like you're used to.
I just have no words. I'm just like awestruck, kind of like, whoa, I've never seen this many trees or anything like that before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even remember the last time I saw trees at all.
I remember my grandfather telling me about Earth and how beautiful it was, and that his descriptions just pale in comparison to what I'm actually seeing.
Alex?
Well, as I have one hand on the control console and the other one tightly gripping my forehead, from what little eyesight I can see of the scenery put before me, I get a little, feeling of peace, like...
Your head stops hurting.
Alright, well then I kind of blankly gaze out at it. Just in awe of what I'm seeing for the first time.
And you see on the comms, you see that, the Major's just looking out. He looks pretty pleased that you're all safe. Enjoying the view. You see Cohen just like looking out, just like, huh. Goes back to his terminal. At which point the doc kind of pushes his head down as she gets out of her chair and wants to get a really good view out of the window, and she's just like, Alex, we made it! This is the most wonder you've seen on her face.
Well, at least somebody's enjoying the start of the vacation.
The Major just goes, Doc, I get it. It's not a lab. You can have a seat, though. We're not out of the woods yet. We still have to land this. And Lottie just goes, why don't I have any windows? It's not fair. Can you turn the camera? There's no way to turn the camera. This is bullshit. Work on your tech. Lottie, is everything fine down there? Yeah, everything's showing normal. All levels are fine. Everything's stable. Nothing wrong here. We took some damage to the left engine, but it's good for now. It's stable again. Our hull's definitely taking a hit, but everything's safe. I don't know how much everyone's stuff got jostled, but we should be getting close to the point of landing soon. At which point your console's light up, giving you like a countdown to when you have to press the button, and the button you have to press is flashing. Once it gets to that point, I'm assuming you're all going to hit the button.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, all three of you hit the button. The rest of the pods towards the flat side of your little eggs burst open, and parachute shoot out to help slow your descent. The Major comes on and goes, all right, everyone, take a look around. Let's see what we've got in the area. Make sure that we land somewhere good. Now, I know the controls that we have aren't going to give you great control, and wind's a factor, but let's see if we can try and stick as close together as possible. Need all of you to roll a d4.
Just a flat one, right?
The birthing of the Zeta. 2. 4. Okay. So as it looks like Martian's the only one getting sort of picked off a little bit by the wind. You can all see, because he's like third. And he's getting blown off course a little bit. Also, give me perception rolls, all of you. Marcin don't see shit. Alex don't see shit. Montcroy don't see shit.
Wait, what?
All of you rolled low.
I didn't roll.
No, no one's rolled yet.
No
No,
one's
one
rolled
person
yet?
hasn't rolled yet.
No,
One
I'm
person
trying to
rolled
find
yet?
my perception.
Oh, okay, sorry. Marston hasn't rolled yet. That's his D4 roll. My bad.
Yep.
Yeah, where's my perception again?
With your skills, alphabetical order. Right
Oh,
side of the
right.
character sheet.
Yeah. Keep forgetting that.
This isn't Sea of Thieves card whiz. We're not looking for the Taco Bell.
He found the Taco Bell.
Do another flip, but with a
Yeah.
twist. Marston, you're able to see that where you guys are heading, yeah, you're going to be a little bit off course. But not too bad. But you're able to see, as you're looking around, it looks like there's some sort of construction site off towards, like, the southwest. Looks like there's some sort of air base off to the east. And you can see that the front line is quite a bit to the north. You should be safe, but that air base, you're not sure if it's going to spot you. Now, you're in a blue sky, clouds around you, and your pods are white with white-gray sort of parachutes. Might help your descent so you won't get spotted. But you can report what you see around you in the area.
Yeah. So, since we're already on comms, I tell everyone that I'm probably going to. It looks like I'm going to be slightly off of where everyone else is going to be landing, and I see a construction site and an airport that might see me or us, and I see the front lines, and I tell them where they are exactly.
Front lines are definitely further off. You shouldn't have to worry about them, but that airbase.
Yeah, but I do let them know just in case. And yeah, so I just let them know all that information. Convey as best as I can.
Major comes on. All right. Well, should be smooth sailing from here. We'll regroup on the ground. Looks like Alex Montcroy or Montcroy. God damn it! I'll get it. I will get it. I will get it.
Just practice for next
Montcroy.
time.
Montcroy. Montcroy.
Say it in the mirror.
Montcroy. I'll say anything. Montcroy. Montcroix. Alex Montcroy. It looks like the two of you should be landing right next to each other. Marcin seems to be out of position. Can we tell? He'll be a little to your south, it looks. Regroup with him, and then come back to us. We're going to try and land. Looks like there's a clearing not too far. It's a bit further. It's a bit to the north, but not too bad. We're going to try and land there. At which point, you all see smoke start coming from the Komusai again.
Well, that could be an issue.
As an explosion goes off on the right engine. And you see the Komusai starting to lose control as it's on its way down. Shit, what the hell just happened? Lottie! I don't know. The left engine was damaged. That's the right. I'm gonna get to work. Shit. Cohen! Help! Don't worry, I'm trying. This is not gonna be a pretty landing. The commander comes on again. Squad lead, you have your orders. Regroup with everyone and then come find us. It's not going to be hard to spot us at this point. There's a huge trail of smoke is coming off of it as it's heading down.
Affirmative, Commander.
All right, if we lose radio connection with each other. Just head for wherever the hell we crash. And he cuts out.
Well, it's just us now.
You got it, Monty.
Sorry. Go ahead. Roleplay your moment.
I grit my teeth. Not on comms. I am like, I hope your shoot fucking fails.
Wow. Wow, that was so good. All right.
And me, I'm just more. I don't really say a whole lot because I'm more worried about trying to land my damn pod.
So my question for you all is now, especially you, Bio, because you're the one currently with a timer.
Yeah. What do you?
Ancient Elf, thank you for the follow. How much more time do you have?
Let me see.
Welcome in, Ancient Elf. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Also, let me pop all the info again for anyone who is new and wasn't here earlier when I popped it last. Here's the information about our campaign, our players, the music we're using, and the creator of the Gundam 5e module that we are using. The lovely MidnightHatter. All we figure out is this the end of episode 1.
I was able to negotiate 1 hour.
Okay. All right then. So the three of you, I need you to give me one final roll to see how securely you land. Is there a great deal of lore that I need to catch up on? To give you the basic rundown, this is taking place during the 1-year war of the Universal Century of the original Gundam. We are following a team of Xeon pilots that are being dropped and just now landing on Earth behind enemy lines. What happened in the episode so far? Not perception.
No,
this is like the acrobatics or engineering or whatever you're using for trying to land properly. But as I was saying, you can always rewatch the VOD, but essentially the VOD started with the mission objective, and well, it actually started with a mock battle to test the group, as some of the members of the Zabi family watched on. After which battle, got to learn a little bit about each of the characters, some of their little quirks and likes. And as they were getting ready to head to Earth, the Federation forces arrived and started attacking their ship. So they had to deploy not only early, but under duress, and survive their way down. Yes, I can see your comments there, Vintage. I have his chat up as well, because I am a mod on Bio's channel. And if anyone's curious, Bio does stream this as well with us.
So if you want to cheer for Team Douchebag, come on over.
Yeah! Team Douchebag! Versus Team Casual over here. But they're just landing, and their Komusai just crash landed. And they've lost connection with them. Somewhere to the north. Towards the front line. Not super close to the front line, mind you. Just towards it. Anyway. Back to what we were doing. So. Gerard. You managed, despite the early deployment of some of your safety measures, to land pretty comfortably.
Well,
You're on the
that's
ground.
good.
You're on the ground, slight jostle, you're fine. Alex, not too bad. Again, slight jostle. You managed to land, and you're pretty much a stone's throw away from your squad leader. Marston, you're a little taken off. The wind took you a bit southward. You can't see the other two because of the trees and terrain around you, but your landing wasn't the smoothest. You didn't hurt yourself or anything, your mobile suit is fine, but you definitely did hit a rock. You didn't land anywhere comfy. You hit a rock and some trees, definitely made a little hole in the tree line. But you're on the ground, and your pod's a little tilted over, which should make it easier for you to get out, right?
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
And there's one final button flashing on your screens that will just let you eject from the pods.
And we all smash that button.
I press the button.
I pushed the button.
Pops off, and y'all can get your mobile suits out. Control is back to normal on your mobile suits.
I slammed the button with my hand.
So as far as you can tell, you guys are separated. The two of them are to the north of you. But right now, you think that maybe using the radio would be a bad idea anyway. You do have that airbase to the east, and...
So we shouldn't be talking to each other, or should we be not
You
trying to
can-
reach out to the Komusai?
shouldn't be reaching out to the Komusai, and you can use your mobile suit's external speakers to communicate to each other that way.
Nice.
The volume will not travel
trash
that
talk.
far. Yeah, the volume
Nice.
will not travel all the way to the base. That does mean if anyone's nearby, they'll hear you, but, you know, walking around in a giant mech.
Yeah, super quiet.
Yeah. But the
Right.
trees are taller than you guys. So go ahead, roleplay it.
Private. Is your suit still optimal? Are there any issues?
All things are green over here, sir.
All right, we need to start heading south so we can regroup with the other private.
Roger that.
Private and other private.
And make sure to maintain radio silence. I don't know if anyone's close by that could hear us or pick up on our frequency.
I just give him a thumbs up with the Zuda.
I'm by myself. I have ejected. I'm on Zuda. I see the smoke, so I figure maybe I should I could head that way or I could wait for them.
Well, you know that the ship landed further to the north, and the two of them landed north of you.
Yeah, so I just start heading in that general direction
Mhm.
for right now, hoping that they, we bump into each other.
As you're heading that way, you realize that you're sort of on, like, I don't know, this is a really big kind of, like, incline. Is this what they call a mountain? Weird. But you can kind of get a good view over the landscape here. You want to roll a perception?
That's me, right?
Yes. You're the one who crashed into rock.
Making sure. That's a D20, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Do you have a perception bonus?
No.
Damn. These rolls are playing nice for you. Bio, what's going on with yours?
I don't know.
I'm sorry that I'm using physical dice. Anyway, so you can see from your position a little clearly the landscape. Definitely see trees go off for a while where the Komusai crash landed. Definitely seems to be outside of the trees in an area that kind of looks like it's brown. You don't know what to call it, but it definitely doesn't have much for cover from what you can see. Using your suits, what zoom your Zaku one's optics have, you can't get super close, but you can look over around to the other things that you saw on the way down. I'm going to turn this up a little bit. It's actually a really quiet track. There we go. You can see off to the right, off to your right, you can see the airbase. It doesn't look like they're scrambling fighters yet. But with that giant plume of smoke going on off in the distance, it can't be much longer until they notice it. But it definitely seems like they didn't notice you three at least. Off to your left, you can sort of see the construction site. Doesn't look like there's any movement or anything. It may be abandoned. Might be something useful at some point. So you take note of that.
Okay. Yeah.
And somewhere kind of off in the distance, sort of northeast of the crash site, closer to where the current fighting is going on, you think you see a city, but you can't get much detail on it.
Just a general outline of a city.
Yeah. So, and you can see
over.
where the other two sort of landed as their chutes are getting pulled down through the trees. So you know what direction to head.
Yeah. So I look over, I see the airport. It looks like everything is okay for the time being, but it may not be long. You see a construction site, which I just make a mental note of to tell everyone later.
Yeah.
And I see the city, but I don't really give it too much thought right now because it's too far away for me to really worry about.
But right now,
And
you
so-
all definitely notice the gravity of Earth is different.
Yeah. So, as I'm trying to find out where they are, I think to myself, it feels heavier, like I'm being pulled towards the ground almost.
Yeah,
It's very weird.
very.
Not like the artificial gravity in the colonies.
So you can head down the mountain now if you want to give me athletics or acrobatics to try and not fall as you're trying to move down the side of this mountain.
X.
Perfect.
I
It's
start
not
sliding
too hard to
down.
get used to.
What?
The gravity as you're trying to not
okay.
not lose control as you descend this incline.
Yeah.
Definitely
I
reminds
start
you of
descending, and
some
I'm
of the
like, okay.
Sorry. Definitely reminds you of some of the harsh tests that they put you through over at the prison training camp,
Yeah.
where they'd make you, during your mobile suit testing, have you, move through difficult terrain and whatnot, and, constantly try and see if they could trip you up and make you fall, because if you scuff the mobile suit, you're up all night fixing it, no dinner. And
Yeah.
they basically tried to make you do that, make you screw up as much as possible.
Yep. So I'm just thinking back to I hated that place, but at the very least, I'm a little slight. I can get used to this.
Yeah.
And I can adjust accordingly if I need to, or at least try to.
Oh yeah. You
So,
make it down.
Yeah. And I start heading in the direction where I saw where they landed.
Yeah. You guys will meet not too long after that. The two of you notice as you're heading down that you can't really see through the trees very well. You can still maneuver around them, but they're tall. They've got a lot of cover,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. You won't get spotted, but you can't really see much. You're relying heavily on your instruments, and you're noticing there's a lot of disturbance, Minovsky disturbance in this area. So you have a little bit of time as you're heading south if you want to say anything to each other after that ordeal you just went through heading down.
How did you know what to do? It seemed like you just knew what was going to happen before it happened.
You can somewhat call it a blessing, or maybe more actually, it's a curse. Even I don't know what happens. All I know is I get little flashes, and if I follow through with them, sometimes the things that flash in for a split second don't happen.
It kind of reminds me of, and then I just trail off and not say anything. Nothing. Sorry.
It's fine. So,
One quiet, you sort of hear those words echo a bit in the back of your head. Those words you haven't heard in so many years. But you refocus.
Yeah.
Continue.
So
What'd you-
what's
Yeah,
the
Roger.
overall plan, Commander?
Well, once we regroup with Marston, we head north and see if the Komosai is even there anymore. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if they're going to be there when we get there.
Well, with what they dubbed us from the start, it wouldn't really make that much of a low expectation for them.
Yeah.
At which point, you can hear the two of them talking through their speakers just ahead of you past the trees that you're currently moving through.
Yeah, I pick up my pace a slight bit, hoping to catch up with them.
Well, they're heading towards you.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to get to them a bit quicker than that. You know?
Do we have
Okay.
our weapons?
You do.
Okay.
You have your weapons with the ammunition that you had left in them. They were not rearmed.
Ooh.
And one extra
Alright.
mag each because none of you used it.
Well, lucky us, I guess.
They were
But
planning
I
on
hear him
rearming you during the second half of that trip, but the second half of that trip kind of got canceled.
So do I hear him stomping around?
Yeah, you can hear him just ahead of you, and it's like sort of flickering on the radar now.
Somebody's coming. Stay alert. I just hope it's him and we don't have to deal with anything else right now.
Now, you can hear this. You can speak out using your speakers. There must be some reason they're not using the radio, right?
You out there, Private?
I go on the speaker and it's like, yeah, but try not to speak out too much. I saw the air base and the construction site, and I'm not sure if the construction site is abandoned or not. So there may be enemies in the area that I haven't seen yet because of the trees.
Just to let you know, the construction site is definitely much closer to you than the airbase, but the airbase is definitely closer to the crash site.
True, but I also couldn't tell. I still couldn't tell like whether it was actually abandoned or not.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know so you have an idea of the geography.
Yeah. I saw the coma site crash more towards the air base, more north, so we should start heading in that direction.
Well, no shit, Private. I had to get you first. All right. Now that we're all regrouped, let's head north. And
You head north?
hope to Xeon that we still have our stuff.
You head north, and I'll let you all roll a perception.
Thank you.
Yeah!
Finally.
Quad knows exactly the direction to head in. While, with the information on where that airbase is, do a path that won't get close to that airbase. So Manqua's leading the way. And you manage to avoid the airbase, so you don't gather their attention as you're moving. But as you're getting close to the airbase, you don't hear any sirens, it doesn't sound like they're moving yet. They must not have spotted it yet or gone into alert status yet. So you still have
We don't-
time.
So we don't hear any like jets taking off or anything like that.
No jets taking off, no helicopters, nothing.
Okay.
One final perception check.
Oh, thank God it wasn't a 1 at least.
Good. You're keeping the same direction. Wow, you all rolled a 7. 7, 7, 7.
Lucky us.
You know what? I mean, you got a 10. I was going to keep you on the same path. 7, 7, 7. You kept me on the same path, and you do see where the crash site is when you come out. Let me grab up your mobile suits here. and I'll bring you over to the map. You come out of the trees. It's mostly dirt, sand, just a bad time. And let me drag y'all over. And you can see the crash site just up ahead. There's still smoke coming off of it, and it looks like they've been sort of fortifying around it and pulling out some of the supplies.
Okay.
By the way, you can put your health back to full. Your ammo is the same, but your health is full.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, did we not even get repaired?
So that mock battle, it wasn't real damage.
Okay.
But your ammunition, though, is still the same.
Well, seeing that it doesn't seem like they're under any attack, or at least from what we can tell, I guess we'll start making our way over.
Yep. You can go ahead and move yourselves up.
I like the nice blood streak on the...
So on my screen, it's brown.
Oh, for me,
And it was
looks like-
labeled as not as blood. It was labeled as like damaged dirt. So I just stretched it for the crash site.
Also, is that equipment supposed to be there? Certain equipment that belongs to certain someone else?
Thank you for reminding me.
Yep.
Well, I'll just hide it for now, I guess. There we go. Now I can move.
I didn't see anything.
So as you approach, again, radio silenced. You see that the Magella, the two Dops, are taken out of the ship, as well as a Jeep sitting out of it. It's still smoking, but it looks like they've set up a bit of a camp, pulled out a bunch of the supplies to try and just make room, if you will. But the commander's mobile suit is still inside Komusai. And the
Are we seeing
engine's definitely
people
seem
around
shot.
or no?
Right now, nobody's outside.
Okay.
So you can investigate on your mobile suit, or you can park your mobile suit and get out.
I mean, I don't think any of us actually have our weapons. I definitely didn't bring my rapier.
Yep. I don't know. Is it
Yeah.
part of your uniform?
I mean, yeah, but I went into my pilot suit, obviously.
Okay.
I don't know. If there's a way I could put it in... maybe there's a way.
Because you
I
wouldn't have a
it mounted.
handgun.
No.
And if you're going out for potential battle, I don't know, you could have it on you.
I would assume I'd have a custom mount I can mount inside the cockpit where I can just pull it out if I need it.
Yeah, plus it'd attach to your belt anyway. For whenever
Yeah.
you're not sitting.
Yeah.
I mean, Shar does it with his long-ass rifle.
Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna grab my rapier and I'm gonna get out of my mobile suit and I'm gonna go investigate.
Do either of you two have a pistol?
I have a handgun.
I will not confirm nor deny if there's one holstered right to my middle console.
Okay, so you leave yours in the cockpit?
No, I'm taking that with me.
Oh, okay. So the two of you, I assume, are coming out with your weapons.
Correct.
I mean, I would feel more comfortable if they had their guns.
So
Alright,
I'm going
that's-
to assume yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
This is why you keep extra decorative axes and maces in your giant... Cardwoods, no! This isn't your silly bullshit that you throw into your cockpit on Saturday night streams.
Where's my grand piano?
Right
anyway?
smack. Oh, you see that smudge on the ground? You can see keys laid on it.
Oh, shit. So there was a casualty. Damn it.
Hey, you said you didn't want the grand piano cannon, so I didn't take the time to put it on the ship.
That's true.
I'm only
Anyway.
silent for the piano.
For those wondering, the joke while we were making these characters was he was so hoity-toity that he was going to have a grand piano forced onto the mission. He ended up going with the violin. Anyway, so the three of you get out of your mobile suits and you start heading towards the rear of the Komusai here. Which point, as you're looking in, you can see Lottie's like bent in some compartment, one leg kind of sticking out and the other one up for balance on the ground. As she's working on something, she's like, "You son of a bitch!" And she sort of like comes out of their hole and she's just like, "Ugh!" And you can see she's super dirty and sweaty right now. She's covered in soot and oil and all this crap. And she's got her coat off, so she's just in like her tank top, and she's just dirty as all hell and not looking happy. But she hasn't noticed you.
Basically me.
Huh?
So basically me.
I thought you washed up a little bit.
Yeah, did
I
you
mean,
not
the
take a
suit's
shower?
the pilot suit's still dirty though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Oh, she's
not
dirtier
like
than
they
your
take care
pilot
of
suit.
it.
She's dirtier than your pilot suit.
Yeah, but still.
Should have gone with the pipe organ, apparently, Joe.
Okay.
So what was her rank again?
Sergeant Major.
All right, so I walk up to her. My sword's still drawn though, because I don't know what the hell's happening. Sergeant Major.
Huh? Oh, y'all made it. Good. How's your suits?
They're fine.
Good.
How's the Komusai?
Well, we're alive. The supplies seem good. The Major don't want anyone touching his mobile suit because we still haven't checked it out after whatever the hell Cassilia did to it. So it's staying put, which is in the way. But I am in the middle of trying to make it so this bad boy stops smoking and giving away our goddamn position. As for how everyone else is doing, I believe that the Major and Cohen are in the bridge right now trying to see if they can get the consoles back up and running and get a situation. Because we don't know what the hell's around us. So if you have any news, I recommend heading up there and letting them know. Oh, and Doc is in the med bay. So if you have any scrapes, head on over to her.
All right, I sheathe my sword and I make my way in.
I holster my gun, but I still keep it like one of my hands on it just in case.
Mm-hmm.
I figure I head towards the bridge to tell them what I saw.
Yeah.
So once I'm in the hangar, I take off my helmet and I do a very sexy hair toss.
Yeah.
Lottie giggles as she goes back to work.
Fine by me.
I take off my helmet and I just not any ceremony, just take it off and head right towards the bridge.
Mm-hmm. Alex?
I'll undo the suit a little bit, stow the handgun in there, zip the suit back up, pull off my helmet and hold it in my one hand as I follow our squad leader to the bridge.
I was just waiting for you to say, follow our squad leader to our doom. Alright, y'all get up to the bridge and the door's not working, right? It's sort of cocked a little bit open and you kind of have to brute force it open. So who's going to do that?
What is
Next
strength?
one,
in
that's
this
gonna be
game,
me.
Will?
Will, yes. In this case, you'd be using athletics to open the door.
Okay. Well, Private, get it open. I looked at Marston.
Fine. So I roll, right?
Yeah. It's not a high DC, don't worry. Never mind, he struggles.
It's really jammed.
It's
like,
so
It
stuck.
is like not moving.
It's so
well.
stuck.
She said.
God damn it. We almost went on a whole session without a that's what she said. I was almost proud of you.
Almost.
Anyone want to help him out here?
Fuck it. I'm impatient. I'll give it a shot.
Okay. waiting for you to also roll terrible. Oh my god! So the two of you are just like, hey, God, it will not move! And Alex is just behind watching, I guess.
I'm just standing there watching at their masterpiece of two men trying to thrust open a doorway and failing miserably at it.
Alex,
So I
as
just-
you're sitting back, you kind of hear someone walking towards the door on the other side. The two of them don't hear it.
It's a push, not a pull.
I assume you're just sitting there and kind of trying not to laugh.
I'm just shaking my head in disbelief at what I'm watching right now. It's like a horribly run comedy, but you can't look away.
God damn it.
As a right boot comes up and kicks the side of the door and pushes it the rest of the way open. And your major is standing in front of the door going, "Gentlemen, glad to see that you're okay. Having some trouble."
I just didn't want to break a nail, Commander. My apologies.
Ah, good. I'm glad your cuticles are safe. Anyway, come on in. I'm gonna need a sit rep. We're still trying to get things up and operational here. And you can see that he's walking a lot heavier on his right leg now.
Are you alright, Commander?
Bumpy landing. Let me just put it that way. I'm gonna have to definitely take a look at that later. Right now, we gotta figure out what the hell's going on. Cohen, I'm trying. All right, look, the crash. I got us here as safe as I could. All right, it's gonna take a bit to get this up and operational, especially since apparently, Cassilia didn't find it useful for us to have extra friggin' parts for the electronics. Really? Okay. Did you guys see Lottie on the way in?
Oh yeah, I definitely did, and I wished I didn't.
Why, is everything alright?
Oh yes, everything's fine.
Okay. Do elaborate. I'd like to know the situation down there.
Well, she's currently working on trying to make it so that we're not, a giant beacon.
Good. She say she need anything right now?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
She must have the parts she needs. Well, at the very least, I'm glad that she double-checked to make sure she had supplies. He just slowly turns his head over to Cohen, who is blatantly ignoring him right now. Anyway, what's the sit rep with you three? How are the suits?
The suits are in perfect condition.
Great. Well, it's a good thing that those pods actually landed. And we're as safe as she said. I gotta give her that.
Yeah.
How about the three of you? Any bumps, bruises, bangs, cuts?
I'm fine.
Oh, good.
I let them speak for themselves.
Okay.
All good on my end.
No injuries.
Good. Glad to hear it. Wish we also were as lucky. And you can kind of see that everyone on the ship looks pretty banged up. As far as I can tell, should be able to do some repairs here. But we did make room for Lottie and got everything out that we could. The DOPS are operational. Ish.
What do you mean, ish, Commander?
They need to have some work done to the cockpits. If you remember, they were docked in the hangar ceiling clamps. The rattling did some damage. Nothing too bad, but they will need to have some work done, so we won't be able to fly anytime soon on them either. Definitely not on the Komusai. Magella seems fine. And the Jeep is definitely fine. So far, it seems like our supplies are okay. And luckily, nothing cooked off from the explosion. which we'll be looking into. Did you all see anything out there?
Yes. Private Marston reported that there's a construction site nearby. We're not sure if has people in it or not. Could be worth looking into. And then, of course, there is the air base. From what we can tell, it seems like they are not have been alerted to our presence.
Fantastic. That's at least a little bit of good news. It won't be long until they notice something. They're probably getting ready to scout or something to take a look over here. All right.
I saw a silhouette of a city, too, near the front lines.
All right. Any idea, like, how close everything is to our current position, Marston? Now, from geographical position, the city, too far off to head over to. It's definitely really up on those front lines. You're luckily far enough away from the front lines, you should be fine from that. At least for now. Things could change, who knows. But you can tell that airbase is definitely too close. And that potentially abandoned construction site isn't too far away. Might be good to look into.
So far, it looks like the ship crash landed and you're closer to the airbase. So we need to keep an eye out just in case they do scramble. The construction site is slightly farther away. It might be worth looking into, if for nothing else than for parts that we might need. Or at least armor plating.
That could be helpful. Cohen chimes up. Oh yeah, if it's abandoned, they might have left some of their toys behind. Might be able to get some... Like, even a radio would be very helpful right now. Definitely be a good idea to take a look and see if there's any electronics to pull back. At this point, Lottie kind of walks in too, and is just like, woo! You having fun up here, Cohen? What do you want? And he goes back to his work. Lottie, what's the deal? Well... The engines are shot, sir. Not sure what I can do about it with the supplies we have. They almost... That right engine almost looks like it needs to be fully replaced. But, I did find this, and she pulls out these hunks of metal and puts them on the little table that's in the bridge, like the back of the bridge, behind where the commander sits, and he swivels his chair around and gets up. She notices his limp as well, and she's like, ooh, sir, you need someone to look at that? I'll take care of it, don't worry. Alright. He picks up the pieces of metal, and he's like, Do any of you have demolitions?
Yes.
Give me a roll. That was definitely sabotage. That's a bomb.
I just blatantly look at the pieces and just out of nowhere I get just a little hint of an accelerator on what's left of the burning pieces.
Major looks at you as he sees you, like, kind of making faces at it. Continue.
Major, I'd like to assume that maybe... Oh, hear me out on I know this could be considered bad on my part for saying it, but I don't think they wanted us to hit the surface of the Earth easily.
The Major lights up a cigarette. Or sorry, the yeah, Major, sorry. I just got confused for a second. I confused my own damn self. But yeah, he lights up a cigarette and he's just hands you the pieces and just like, what can you tell me about this?
As I rattle the pieces around in my hand, just looking at them.
You can tell that it was definitely very professionally made, and it was specific to the target that it hit. It definitely seemed like it was hoping, maybe if you saw where the pieces would have originated, on where they were placed, maybe you could tell more on what the actual intention of it was.
Major, may I be excused to go look at the origin of where these metal straps were picked up from?
And Lottie slings her arm through yours and just goes, "Come with me, doll. Let's go take a look at it together, shall we?" She kind of drags you off. Not even waiting for the Major to say anything. He just goes, "Well, she is in command of that area, so see what you can find."
I look back and just go, "Yes, sir." And I just flash Moncoya, "Please help me," face.
I just smirk and turn away.
Oh, damn.
Whoa! Anime betrayal.
Top 10, easily.
Top 10 anime betrayals. Help me.
Have fun.
Roasted. This
Get
campaign is the bomb. You're so good, Card. You're so good. 10 out of 10. Good job.
God damn it, card.
So has this been identified as a bomb yet, or are we still waiting on Habuza to like? Give
Well,
the
they
official word?
did basically say it's a bomb.
Okay.
And
Commander, you
Major's
don't really think Xeon did this. Obviously, it had to have been the Fetties.
This isn't the first time that unexpected explosives have occurred around us. I don't know who's responsible still. For now, the big thing we know is the Fetties managed to find out where our top secret location was going to be for our top secret mission. That even we didn't get to know what was going on until the 11th hour. And there was a bomb aboard our vessel that was top secret that we'd be using. There's definitely a leak somewhere. Can't say who, can't say what, can't say where.
So it would seem.
I don't like this at all. Alright, Marston. So you said the
Sure.
airbase is closer to us than the construction site.
Yeah.
Alright. What I might have y'all do is take the Jeep and probably take Lottie with you and head over to the construction site, scout it out, see if it is abandoned, and see if there might be anything there we might be able to utilize. Now, again, Lottie is a whiz when it comes to mechanics. Maybe there's something she can do to get this vehicle moving. Because if we can't move this, we are screwed.
Oh yes, I agree, Commander. We need to get this out of here. This place is terrible for
Yeah.
a tactical advantage.
Oh, very much so. But more importantly, without the Komusai or something, we have no way of being able to move our own supplies, let alone anything we gather. And it's going to be very difficult to repair any mobile suit damage without having the hangar, which Lottie had spent so much time modifying to basically making it an external maintenance bay while we are here on Earth. So I'd very much like to see if there's something we can do, and she might be able to see something there that we won't, that she might be able to figure out. Alright?
Sounds good, Commander.
Alright.
Sure.
And he sits down in his chair, and you can see that his leg is still straight. Like his right leg isn't bending now.
Maybe now's the time, Commander, to get that leg looked at.
Alright, I'll take care of it in a moment. Cohen. Is there anything you want them to find? A radio. For God's sake, a radio. And anything electrical that's still in one piece that is handheld. I can rip the pieces out of it. Capacitors, anything, boards. I will find a way to get our instruments back up and running. Just find me anything. It can even be a standard radio that just plays music. And I know we have one down in the hangar. Lottie will kill us if we use it. So let's see if we can find a different one before we result to suicide. And he gets right back under the console again. Alright, you heard him. Those are the things you're going to have to look for. Let's go see what they found down there. And he gets up and he starts to hobble off and it's just not working. He goes, All right, you go down, Monqua. Find out what it is that she's found, and head out. Now, your mobile suits and the Komusai do have flares. So if there's a big problem here, we'll fire a flare. You'll be able to see it.
Wait, so let me understand something, Commander. You want us to take our suits? I thought we were all taking the Jeep.
Sorry, the Jeep. My bad. Move your suits so they're not just standing out in the open.
Commander, we are out in the open.
I'm aware, but we at least have a bit of a line going right now around the Komusai. I don't know where you currently have your suits sitting. At least have it so their weak points are not facing where enemies may approach.
Understood, Commander.
Like I said, if we notice any movement, we'll definitely fire a flare. And that'll mean get back here as soon as possible.
Got it.
And you see him hobble off over to the commander's quarters, which is attached to the bridge in the corner. And goes in there and shuts the door behind him. And you sort of hear like a loud thud as something hits the table in there. And he's just like, son of a bitch. Anyway.
All right, off to the hangar.
You head on back down to the hangar, and the doc sees you as you're passing. She's just like, everyone good? Everyone okay?
You may want to take a look at the commander. Apparently his leg is hurting more than normal, and he doesn't seem to be very motivated to see you. You may want to check in on him.
Okay, I will. Where's Alex? Is he okay?
He's with Lottie right now.
I hope he's okay. And she runs off towards the bridge.
I look at her with some suspicion. Now that I think back about everything, she is a really odd duck. And that maybe she might have something to do with what's going on. Seems kind of weird. I'm going to put that in the back of my mind for later.
Mental note.
Yep.
Alright, you head down to the hangar, and you can see Alex is super uncomfortable as Lottie's just pulling him into different spots and being like, what do we see here? Habuza, can you give me another demolitions check? Not seeing anything in that location. It's definitely not where it originated.
I don't think it was in this vicinity, Lottie.
Really? Well, I mean, if I were to sabotage a vessel like this is where I'd put it. It would chain react with the fuel and take the whole thing down. Maybe that's why it didn't happen? Alright, let's take a look and see if we can figure this out real quick here. Go ahead and make another roll with advantage. Never mind, you got it on the first roll. If you want to roll again, see if you can get a 20.
I'm kind of curious now.
Okay, didn't get a 20, but you do find where the origination of the damage started, and it looks like they put it at a similar kind of connection point in looks, but definitely not the same components connecting to it. They didn't actually hit the fuel line. They put it in another spot that looks very similar in layout to how everything crisscrosses to where the fuel line would have been. So, judging from what you're seeing here, the bomb was made professionally. Whoever placed it either in a hurry or was an idiot. And only disabled one engine. But it definitely damaged too much in the crash. But if it was placed in the right place, the ship would have been a fireball.
I let out a high to low whistle as in the hangar you can hear a little hover engine start faster.
Okay, little Zuda shoots past the other two as they're heading over and heads right to you.
What the hell is that thing?
I look at Zudi and just, Zudi, I'm gonna need you to light up the area. And the little mono eye goes from a nice little pink to just a bright LED light flashing on the area where I pinpointed that they had set the bomb, as I closely examine, look back to where the other connector is, and start putting thoughts together in my mind.
So he didn't answer you at all. He's busy thinking. And Lottie is seeing this thing, and she's just like, "Oh, ooh, is that based off the old Harotech? You have your own little assistant. Oh, ain't you handy? Wait, are you a mechanic?"
Partially. I wouldn't say I'm professional, but I can hold my own decently enough.
She stands up and she's just like hands on her hips, and she's like, "Wow, things are pretty bad right now, but I gotta say," and she looks over the other two, "I'm surrounded by 3 pretty impressive pilots."
I just smirk.
I mean, you got one, attitude could use a little adjusting, but damn you pretty. You got one who's a man after my own talents. Damn. And then you got this little one here, and she looks over at you, Jordan.
I'm the little one. Okay.
Marston,
I
you
shrugged.
need to smile a bit more, honey. I bet you got beautiful pearly whites.
I merely shrug, give the minis a weird look, and then
It feels
kind
weird.
of
She's totally hitting on you.
I'm not sure what to think about her. I just sort of look away. Trying to go on.
I just roll my eyes and I'm like, all right, what the hell's going on?
Oh, sorry, sweetie. I'm not exactly what you call military. I was kind of conscripted by the major one day when he needed someone to fix his suit. And I happened to be on the station he was at that was refusing to fix it because they didn't have the right parts. And he was very impressed with me and immediately hired me. So, I'm not exactly military trained, but if it's got mechanics, I'll find a way to get it to work. So what are y'all doing now anyway?
Any updates on the bomb business?
Well, it looks
Alec?
like he's finding something.
I turn around towards them while having Zudi still have a light on the area and just give him a brief explanation like, yes, it was a bomb. Yes, they did plan to have the whole ship go up in one giant, glorious, non-traceable firework. But as they were trying to plant it, they mistook this conjuncture with for that conjuncture over there, which would have led to the main fuel lines for both engines.
So I was right. It should have been over here.
So whoever planted this was an idiot. Got it.
Well, that, or maybe I rushed him out. You think it was one of Cassilia's boys? Or maybe someone sneaking in like one of Cassilia's boys? Because they were looking at stuff they weren't supposed to be looking at. They were supposed to just focus on that mobile suit.
I look at her and go, don't be absurd. Why would Xeon want to destroy their own ship? That makes no sense. Why would they do that?
Sweetie.
Which I quickly chime them up, saying that wouldn't surprise me if they did.
Sweetie, I'm not saying Xeon wanted to do it. I'm saying maybe someone infiltrated. With the rest of Cassilia's men. Not all of them were really top brass.
Possible, I suppose.
And some of them, well, let's just say, not really well developed up in the head either.
Very well.
Well, we have that info. I can run that up to the major. What's he got y'all doing right now?
We need to head to the construction site and see if we can salvage anything there.
Ooh.
You're coming with us, Lottie.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. Well, the Jeep should be able to handle us all. Let me go run up and give him the info, and we'll head on out. And, sweetie, bring that little Zuda along with you. It may come in handy.
Oh, you heard her, Zudi. Get in the Jeep.
And I'll grab some tools, just in case. She runs off to go give the info and heads back over shortly after, if nothing you guys want to say while she's gone.
Yeah, she say I need resin for my room, and I go over there to grab my slicing kits that I hadn't taken out of my bag because we
Ooh,
were
that'll
rushed
come in
out.
handy. Is there anything else anyone wants to get from their rooms real quick?
What do I have on me? I assume the comm unit is always honest, yes? Or is that something I need to get myself?
You would have it on you. You're the only one with it.
Okay.
If I remember everyone correctly.
Yeah, I wouldn't have anything. I just have the slicing kits and handgun and a flashlight.
Yeah.
So, what exactly is a Navi finder?
Think of it kind of like binoculars that are a bit more high tech. You
That'll
can use it to
probably be
get
useful.
distances and things like that, see further out.
I
Tells
just
you
look
what
over to
direction
him.
you're looking at, compass, stuff like that.
I just give him a brief nod and head towards my room to pick up the Navi finder off the nightstand.
Beautiful. Your Navi finder's on the ground.
I was gonna say.
Hey, last time I looked, it was on the nightstand. I don't know where it went after that.
It's currently on the ground, and quick check, you can do a minor tinkering on it in the Jeep to make it sure that it's working right. It's fine. It's a little dinged up, but you'll be able to fix it.
I go back to my room and I grab like a small pack and then stuff it with like my first aid kit and my comm unit. If I already have, that's right. I think I have that on me, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you would actually have pouches on your belt, all of you do, so you could
Yeah.
put that stuff. But if you want to bring a pack, just in case there's anything you want to stuff in it, go for it.
Well, it says first aid kit, so I can't imagine it's small.
Yeah, it's not too tiny. But I'm just letting everyone know you have pouches on your belts for putting some stuff, and if you have like larger stuff you would hook onto your belt, you do. But if you want to bring any sort of pack so that you can carry some stuff, you can.
I mean, it would make sense to bring packs because if we're grabbing other stuff, we can load up the packs and then walk back to the Jeep if we can't like get it onto the Jeep directly.
Yep. So y'all grab your stuff, head on out to the Jeep, and Lottie's sitting there, and she's like, "Oh, should we move your mobile suits first? Maybe make it part of the perimeter?"
Yeah, we need to do that. Otherwise, the commander will probably chew me out. Let's go take care of that first.
Okay, I don't know the optimal way to place it, but I mean, figure out how you want to place your suits. And I'll let you guys place where you're going to leave your suits on the perimeter here.
I figure like right here, I guess, because it's like an entrance, I suppose.
Yep.
Although I don't facing outward, but obviously.
I can flip you. And you guys can place yourselves where you want to be as well. Or where you want to leave your suits.
So, I don't know where the supplies end and where it's like a free space where I could actually stand.
So I mean, you can place yourself anywhere like just outside of the supplies. So where were you thinking? Just ping for me. You want to place yourself over by where they've put up like the temporary little quarters and whatnot?
Yeah,
I can place you right there.
that's good.
How big are the rocks?
These rocks?
Okay. Yeah.
You could probably hide behind them. Well, some of them. This one would probably provide half cover. This one would provide full cover.
I'll go over there.
All right, slide yourself over. And I'm assuming you want me to swing you around.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Y'all get in the Jeep, and she's like, "All right, everyone, let's go see what we can find." I'm driving, and she hits the gas.